Section 31 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephanie Fung. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Cats in America. A review of the cat fancy in America carries us over so vast and expansive territory that it is not easy at one fell swoop really to do it justice. The only way that seems feasible is to take the fancy by districts, and as the cat fancy, exemplified by shows, may be said to have arisen in the East, this district should, I think, have the pride of place, though it has for a time to give way to the reign of the cat further towards the setting of the sun. On referring to Mrs. Pierce's notes, it will be seen that Maine had its cat shows long before we had, some of us, come to America. The cat fancy, as it is now in America, may have been said to have sprung into a steady existence with the first show held in the Madison Square Garden, New York, on May 8, 1895. This show was organized by Mr. James T. Hyde, an Englishman who has been closely identified with the horse shows at the Garden for many years, and the idea of holding a cat show came to him suddenly from having attended the Crystal Palace show. The first cat show in New York was a great success from the time the doors opened till its close, though the temperature, which was for part of the time as high as 96 degrees, was hard upon the cats, especially those that had just come from England. When we returned home the morning after the show, there was a white frost. Part of the judging was done, and well done, by the late Dr. Heidekoper, who had picked up a good deal of his cat lore while a medical student at Paris and Edinburgh and in London. Miss Hurlburt and Mr. T. Farrer Rackham were the other judges. In regard to this show, which marks the beginning of the cat fever in America that spread outside the state of Maine, I think I ought to point out what was chiefly remarkable, and the parts of the show that were destined to bear upon the future. In the first place, the prize for the best cat in the show was won by a brown tabby, a native, or as some people designate them, Maine cats. This cat was in every way a good one, but he was a gelding, and of course, in May, much ahead of the breeding cats as to plumage. But still, there was little dissatisfaction at the awards. Of English cats, there were not more than about 8, and several died soon after. And of all those shown at this our first show, the only ones that have really made any mark or real impression upon the cat fancy in America may be mentioned: King Humbert, Topaz, Minnie, and the Banshee. The first named were all brown or gray tabbies, the last a white. Cats bred from these are still winning, and their descendants keep their names green in the annals of present-day stud books. White cats had always been popular in America, and the first show produced specimens as good as, or even better than I have ever seen in the city. Up to now, in fact, we have never had anything to beat Ajax, who made his first and last bow to the public here. No other shows occurred for some time till the autumn, when an exhibition was held at Newburgh, 60 miles up the Hudson River, to be repeated the next year, with the New York show of 1896 in between. At this latter, great improvement had been made in colors and varieties, and, in fact, all concerned had made considerable advance in the meantime as to knowledge of different varieties of cats. At the second show in New York, a club was formed, intended to be the national, but it died, and affairs were in a comatose condition as regards shows in New York, until the consent of Mr. Crawford, the manager of the poultry show, was obtained for the holding of a cat show in January 1902, in the concert hall which opens out of the main hall at Madison Square. This show, though a small one, was well attended, and though the entries only numbered about 110, the quality of many of the cats was very much ahead of the 5 years before, and the classes of silvers were good enough for any country. The impetus gained by this show and the results obtained were not overestimated by those who promoted the show, and the bringing together of many staunch breeders who had sprung up in the meantime made it possible to organize the Atlantic Cat Club, which has gathered such headway in the year of its existence that it is becoming one of the most powerful factors in the American cat fancy. The show held at Madison Square in 1903, with the fine collection of challenge cups and the many other valuable specials, speaks to the gathering interest and the strength of the fancy in the district, and the club is being every day still further strengthened. And, if the treasury balance is any indication, the future of the Atlantic Cat Club will be very marked, especially as many people of wealth and influence are being enrolled upon the books and are becoming most enthusiastic upholders of the cat in New York. In discussing the Eastern affairs, we must not leave out the Boston shows, which have been a steady factor for some years and gave opportunities to the more northern cats to meet and compete together. These shows have been kept alive by Mr. T. Farrar Rackham to a great extent, and from the opening of the cat fancy up to now, he has been a steady promoter of the interests of the cat and has steadily worked to keep up the interest. In thinking of the breeders of the eastern portion of this continent, we have to range over a good deal of territory, and even the state of New York alone takes us quite out west, and from Mrs. Conlisk, who lives at Gowanda, and who owns Bittern Silver Chieftain and a daughter of Witchwood, besides Silver Bell, who came from England lately, our thoughts drift down to Pittsburgh to Mrs. L.T. Hodges, who is making a specialty of smokes and silvers and has commenced well by winning in Kittens at Cleveland with Wahanita, Southampton, and the Dusky Pilgrim, a capital smoke, since sold for £50. Mrs. Mix, although in New York State, lives 180 miles to the westward of New York City. But still, the effect the cats that she has imported from England have had upon the young stock and the future of our cats in certain lines has been very marked. As a sire of good ones, no cat has exceeded King of the Silvers, and his children have been picked on several occasions for best in show, and the influence that these may have in the future cannot yet be fully estimated. The winnings of this cattery have been many, but as the home of good breeding stock and as the practical founder of a strain for the future, this cattery is destined to rank very high in our annals. At the Old Fort cattery reside King of the Silvers, Jack Frost, Torty Diana Faw, Lady Lollipop, and many other good ones. And from this cattery to many parts of the country have gone cats that for type and quality have not been excelled. Not far from here, at Saratoga, is the summer residence of Dr. Ottolenghi's cats, under the care of Mrs. Hall, and these at the present time are doing a great deal of winning, not so much by cats purchased as by homebred ones. For instance, I may mention Lord Lossy, who has some of the cream of the English blood in his veins, and lately has come to this cattery Sir Robert, the Black, a winner at the Crystal Palace, and who repeated his triumphs at other shows here. Dolly Dutton, a black daughter of Persimmon, is largely aiding this cattery as a mother and a show cat. Dr. Ottolenghi's advent into the fancy in January 1902 as secretary of the Atlantic Club gave an impetus to things in general that only future times can show the full effect. The cat fraternity needed an organizer and a worker to bring it together, and he was found at just the right time. Miss Lincoln of Worcester, Massachusetts has done quite a little work for the good of the majority, but has not had the best of luck with her cats so far. And Mrs. A.G. Brown of Melrose, Massachusetts, is a steady breeder of whites and other colors, and she has in her cattery His Majesty, the white that has won many prizes and is the sire of winners. Mrs. Neal at Urbana, New York, established a cattery and has been a very hard worker in the cause, doing good from her experience in a medical way, by writing for the papers, by upholding the shows, often a good distance from home, and by the general support she has afforded to all who made use of the help she was willing to give. Whilst in this direction, I must not forget Mr. C.H. Jones, who commenced as a breeder and exhibitor, though his business kept him away from home a great deal, yet the fever grew upon him until he started a newspaper called the Cat Journal, which, no doubt, is one of the principal factors in keeping up the interest in the cat in general. Though on account of Mr. Jones's other business engagements, it is not possible for him to report shows, he brings out this paper monthly at great personal cost to himself, and with little chance of profit on anything like a fitting scale at present, so that we may say that, considering the work of the paper is done after business hours, and is largely supported by his own purse, we cannot help but think that it is most probable that the cat family never found a more enthusiastic and disinterested devotee in the whole course of its history. Mr. Jones gave up his exhibition cats, and yet for sheer love of the race and from motives of pure humanity, he still continues to move heaven and earth for their support, and must always be reckoned one of the foremost exponents of the cat in America, and one of the staunchest friends the cat ever had. Among fanciers in the vicinity of New York must be enumerated Miss A.L. Pollard, who has imported and bred a few good cats and has made a name of herself with Omar by St. Anthony. Miss Pollard's place is situated at Elizabeth, New Jersey, about 15 miles from New York, and so is practically in the metropolitan district. Purity, the white which was so successful in England, and the tortoiseshell woodbine are factors in this cattery, which is quite a large one and very well arranged. The crops of kittens have been most successfully reared and distributed, in fact with more success than many of our fanciers have been able to show. Mrs. W.S. Hofstra, the president of the Atlantic Cat Club, lives on Long Island, the other side of New York, and devotes herself to her Siamese and Persians, and has had a very decided influence in the development of the club over which she so ably presides. The Lindenhurst Cattery at Ridgefield, New Jersey is also becoming prominent, and in Brooklyn, the Mrs. Ward have done very good work and have reared some fine cats and kittens. The keynote of this establishment has been Robin, an orange tabby son of Persimmon, who seems to breed back to his sire and begets a good many brown tabbies as well as oranges. We must not leave New York State without remembering Mrs. F. L. Norton of Cazenovia, who has built one of the most beautiful catteries in America and has spared no expense or trouble to stock it with good cats. And here resides Sussex Timkins, Sweetheart, and many others known to fame. Mrs. Champion, now settled at Hart Park, New Brighton, Staten Island, New York, with her 2 daughters, is doing a great deal for the cats of America, and the 2 Mrs. Champion will probably have to do for some time a good deal of judging for us. Mrs. Champion's cats did well at the first New York show at which they made their appearance, and Lord Argent, Silver Flash, Argent Puffy, Moonbeam II, and Lord Sylvester are becoming household words. Argent Moonbeam II was best in show of January 1903. Mrs. Gottwaltz of Pottstown, Pennsylvania must not be omitted from the eastern contingent, for she has the nucleus of a good cattery and owns a son of Blue Boy II called Amesh, and she has some persimmon blood in the cattery, and also some of the smoke blood of the Backwell strain obtained from Mrs. Harold James. Mrs. Gottwaltz keeps fine cats and is very fond of breeding her own, in which she takes much pride. Mrs. Brown of Millerton, New York, has bred and kept cats for some time, but does not favor the shows much. Washington has come to the fore of late, but has not within her borders many regular breeders outside of Mrs. Hazen Bond, who exhibited with a good deal of success during the season of 1901 to 1902, and Miss Eleanor Burritt, who most successfully brought to a termination a good show in Washington in December 1902. And this will, no doubt, be followed by others in years to come. Our travels in search of cats do not take us very far south, for in these regions the fleas alone make the rearing of cats in anything like numbers an impossibility. Mrs. B. M. Gladding most pluckily tried it at Memphis, Tennessee, but has been obliged to give it up, though she was one of our most promising cat lovers. The Connecticut cats bid fair to be quite a factor in the American race for prominence in catty matters, and within the borders of Connecticut we have to record a few breeders. In 1903, we have a show at Stamford, Connecticut, which is an important place, and where the show now begun might assume quite extensive proportions, for at Stamford are many large country houses, and it is a center that can well afford to have the best of everything. Connecticut has within her borders the possibilities of future greatness, and is at present emerging from comparative obscurity, though always having had some good fanciers. Miss Lucy Nichols was, for a time, perhaps one of the best known, but she died in the spring of 1902. Dr. Frank Abbott is stirring up the fanciers of Connecticut, and a little while from now there would probably be a good deal more to say about this region, which holds such breeders as Mrs. Copperberg, Miss Anna Marks, Mrs. Ida Palmer, and others. I leave the Maine and the Northern Division to Mrs. Pierce, who was born there and has known this region and its history for many years, and who can cover it so much better. Mrs. M. B. Thurston was much missed as an exhibitor, as for a time she was very successful, but more with cats she bought than with cats she bred. Miss K. L. Gage of Brewster's, New York, is not now so prominent as of yore, but still for a time was energetic in disseminating good cats, and was the owner of the silver tabby Witchwood, who bids fair to leave a name behind him. The New York show of 1903 revealed to us that we are making steady progress in long-haired silvers, and the probability is that at the present time if we could make up a team of 4 or 5 of our best and take them to England, we should give a good account of ourselves. At this show, the blacks, thanks to recent importations, were much better than heretofore, and Miss Hurlbert's Eddie Faw, Dr. Ottolenghi's Sir Robert, a previous winner at the Palace, and Miss Lincoln's Jack Faw made a trio that we may be proud of. The blues were a decided improvement on last year, and so were the whites, and Miss Pollard had Purity and the blue-eyed fairy put down in splendid shape and won well. Orange cats are always pretty popular in America, and are, owing to Miss Ward and Mrs. Copperberg, coming well up to the front. In the silvers, Mrs. Champion's Argent Moonbeam II carried all before him in males, and Mrs. Conlisk took first in queens with Silver Bell, a big one and a good one. The Blessed Damsel is perhaps our best queen, and there is really nothing to beat her in the female division, but she was not put down for competition, as her owner does not approve of a 4-days show. Mrs. Mallory had a big, strong silver, Silver Glen, second to Argent Moonbeam II. The silver tabbies are coming along well, and so are the smokes, and one, the Dusky Pilgrim, a son of the Passionate Pilgrim, who has been altered, was sold for £50. The Passionate Pilgrim, a very light and massively built cat, promises to be a great loss to breeders, as he is an almost complete outcross, but he has left several good kittens. Mrs. Nix, who was judging, brought out some beautiful silvers, and her homebred Jack Frost was a notable cat. Arlington Hercules, the brown tabby, made his first appearance in New York and was very much admired. Prices ran high for good cats, especially smokes and silvers, as these are new to Americans. The blue color they are more familiar with from the long acquaintance with the short-haired blues or Maltese, but there is no denying the fact that the blues are always dangerous when it comes to judging for specials, for in their all-round quality they show the care that has been bestowed upon them in England. Old Torty Diana Faw is still our best tortoiseshell, without much apparent chance of being deposed. Mr. H.T. Draper, an old Londoner, who has exhibited short hair steadily since 1895, is still with us and taking prizes as before. He has been a very steady supporter of the short hairs for years. District number 2. District number 2 that we shall consider next is the city and region of Chicago, which is not placed second as a matter of its importance, but simply comes in chronological order. The first show to be held there was 3 years after the first in New York, and was promoted and managed by Mrs. Leland Norton, and this show was such a decided success that a club was formed called the Chicago Cat Club, which held together for some years, but was in the end dwarfed by its rival, the Beresford Cat Club. This came into being in 1899 and grew to such dimensions that the club soon numbered over 300 members and reached in January 1902 to the highest place by far of any American cat club, having at the show in Chicago over 250 cats, which was at least 100 in excess of any show ever held up to that time in America. Not the least important work done by this club was the inauguration of a stud book, which has now 3 volumes and contains a record of nearly all of the cats that have been factors in the development of the fancy in America. No doubt a greater part of the success of the Beresford Club has been brought about by the energy and management of Mrs. Clinton Locke, aided by the corresponding secretary, Miss Elsie Johnstone, and it is impossible to compute the work they have done. The massive information collected in the stud books will always be the basis for the future, and on this may be built the stud book in use by the whole of America. The vicinity of Chicago has been the center of the cat fancy in America, and in the city and its vicinity, there have been more steady breeders and more people who have selected, bred, and reared the best cats they could obtain, so that, of course, the shows have been the biggest and best ever held in America. The one striking feature of the Chicago shows has always been the white, long-haired cats. Of late, another club has started, called the Orange and Cream Club, which may be said to have had Chicago for its birthplace, and this club flourishes and prospers. We can best gauge the Chicago division by looking over the breeders and taking a glance at the shows, and as I was judge there at the show of 1901 and also in 1902, I have had the opportunity to make acquaintance with many of the owners and many of the cats. If we turn back to the Beresford Cat Club's stud book, we find among the officers of the year many of our best-known breeders, and I commence with Mrs. Clinton Locke, the president. It must not be imagined that this was her first attempt at cat breeding, for she had been a breeder of long-haired cats for years, and I must say I had heard of Mrs. Locke many years before I ever had the pleasure of meeting her, and her cats were well known before the advent of cat shows. Mrs. Locke has made a name with several colors and breeds, and has imported and bred Persians, Siamese, Russians, etc., and the last 2 shows displayed the fact that she held a strong hand in most of these. Melrose Lassie, a blue sent over in 1900 from England by Miss Frances Simpson, and who developed into a beautiful quality cat with lovely orange eyes, was the best at the Chicago show in 1901. This cat the next year was not shown for competition, and the premier honors went to her kennel mate Lupin, and these 2, when mated together, have produced several winners. Lupin was bred by Miss Beale, and is by Romuald Kirk Midshipmite, ex-Daisy Bell, by Romuald Kirk Toga. Lupin was selected at Romuald Kirk by myself when a promising kitten of 6 months, and to say that he fulfilled his promise is sufficient, for he grew in size and stature, and retained his beautiful golden eyes. He is now owned by Mrs. White. The winning kitten of the 1901 show was from the 2 Melrose Lassie and Lupin, and Dr. Ottolenghi's 2 winning queens in 1902, Lady Lola and Isis, are bred from the same 2. It is curious to watch how blood will tell, for in the winning blue male at Washington, December 1902, we had some of the same blood again in Lord Lassie by Lucullus, ex-Dolly Dutton, who was by Persimmon, Lucullus being a son of Lupin, ex-Lucy Clare, late the property of Mrs. Falconer Sinclair, and known in England as Baby Flossie. Among other celebrities of Mrs. Locke's cattery were Lord Gwyn, the white imported from England through the kind offices of Mr. A. Clark, and this cat at once made a name for himself as the sire of True Blue, Mars, Prosper Legay, and many other good cats. St. Tidno and Blackbird were 2 blacks that did well for Mrs. Locke, and St. Tidno sired the winning black in 1902, who very nearly annexed the prize for best in show. The Beetle, another of Mrs. Locke's blues that must not be forgotten, was a cat bred by Mrs. Dean, and he did yeoman service in his time, and has left many promising young ones. Mrs. Locke has been the owner of good Siamese, and from Siam and Sally Ward she bred Caliph and Bangkok, who carried all before them at the Chicago show of 1902, and were the best pair I have seen this side of the water, and would have given a good account of themselves anywhere. Mrs. Locke's Russians, Blue Royal and Skyla, were respectively obtained from Mr. Towlerton of Wakefield and Mrs. Carew Cox, and have passed into other hands after winning many prizes. Among other Chicago ladies who have been very prominent in cat breeding for many years, we must not forget Mrs. Craddy, who built up a beautiful strain of whites from a pair she adopted in Switzerland 12 years ago. Mrs. Craddy has now given up breeding, finding the rearing of kittens 2 great attacks upon her powers, but as a consistent and steady breeder, instead of simply a buyer and exhibitor of other people's efforts, she will be much missed. Mrs. W. Eames Colburn has at the present time probably one of the largest and most successful catteries in America. In 1901, she made a reputation with her cat Paris, which was bred by herself, and which, besides winning in the strongest of company, has been a most successful and prolific sire of white kittens, a good many of which have taken honors on the bench. Mrs. Colburn also possesses 2 very fine blacks, Blackthorn, which she imported from Asia, and Blackberry Faw, sent to her from England by Miss Frances Simpson. Many people who have visited the cattery of late are heard to speak enthusiastically of the quality of the inmates, and of the perfection of the appointments and the way the cattery is fitted up. Miss L.C. Johnstone, the ever-busy secretary of the Beresford Club, has been a prominent exhibitor and has taken many honors with Blue Flash, Persimmon Squirrel, and Q Laddie. Blue Flash grew into a beautiful cat, taking at the Chicago show, 1902, the special for Best Queen in the show. Mrs. Jerome H. Pratt has usually been an exhibitor at the Chicago show. She won her championship with Sir Henry Irving, a very richly marked silver tabby by Wychwood, who was by Charlbury Silver King. Mrs. Tolman has always been an energetic officer of the Beresford Club and is very energetic at the shows, and in cats her fancy runs to creams, of which she has brought out several winners. Mrs. L. Nicholson, formerly Mrs. F. Fisk Green, has been a prominent and good supporter of past Chicago shows. Mrs. F.W. Story has been known as a successful breeder of orange cats and some whites, and in having obtained possession of the fine orange Hamish, will, no doubt, find herself in a few years in the position of being a prominent breeder of this color. Bunch, the former stud cat belonging to this cattery, did good service in his day, and is responsible for a few winners, but the absence of any details in the American catalogs of the shows makes it difficult to arrive at a very accurate estimate of all his performances. In speaking of Chicago, we shall have to include Miss Hazelton, who has turned out several winners, all descended from Sapphire, that she bought of Mrs. Barker in 1896. Mrs. Fred E. Smith has been one of the shining lights among the Chicago breeders, and has been a consistent winner at Chicago shows. She now holds a strong hand in the white division, and was fortunate enough to pick up on the Pacific coast a fine male in Light of Asia, who was imported from Asia. Swampscott, another good cat, makes his appearance every year and usually finds himself in the prize list, and he has the most fascinating way of turning up in splendid coat at most of the shows. This cat is a pure Maine cat, if we may so call him, but as an example of vigor and good health year after year, he stands preeminent. Mrs. Smith is now building up a strain of silvers of her own composing, which may be very valuable to the attenuated strains of the ordinary breeder, who is only too glad to welcome something that will be an outcross and will not spoil the silver color. Mrs. C.E.S. Blinn is another breeder who is always present at the shows, and whose cats usually find their way into the prize list. Mrs. Blinn is a consistent breeder who does not always make herself very prominent, but she obtains the results on the quiet. Mrs. Blanche Robinson has bred several of her own prize winners, and her black Othello, of which we spoke previously, is more than a good one. The name of Mrs. Mackenzie will always be associated with Prince of Orange, whose name will designate his color, and this cat is a hard one to beat in any orange class, for he is very rich and deep in tint. In 1902, there were 2 shows held in Chicago by the Beresford Cat Club, one in December 1902, or just a month earlier than usual, really representing what would have been, in the natural course, the 1903 show. This show did not reveal to us any very great changes. There are a few new homebred ones, but the principal wins in the highest of the specials were made by imported cats. The advent of some nice new whites was welcomed, as usual, and Toddles is an addition to our list of white males and is a nice cobby sort, bred from Light of Asia. Little Miss Iger, one of Mrs. Craddy's breeding and own particular strain, won in the blue-eyed white queens. Lupin kept on his winning career and took the prize for the best in show once more, and this, under judges who had never seen him before, seems to endorse the estimate made of him heretofore. Melrose Lassie, shown this year again for competition, took the first prize in Blue Queens. Blacks, taking the open and novice together, came out strongly, and black seems to be one of our strongest colors. Prince of Orange is still invincible at this show in orange males, and the orange queens are coming along nicely. Mrs. Sarmiento's John Bull, in much better form than last year, again sweeps the deck in the silver class. The silver tabbies still continue to prosper. Arlington Hercules went down for the first time at this show, largely on a question of eye color. Smokes in the year gone by have not made much advance in the West, and this year the cream females outnumber the males, and a descendant of Q. Laddie takes the eye of the public with color, coat, and points. Mrs. C.A. White, who in the spring bought Lupin and Melrose Lassie, was most successful at this show, and is probably destined to be one of our successful breeders, and with the cooperation of her husband, Dr. White, who is very clever with animals, the assistance she will receive will very largely help to bring her to the front. Mrs. White is the lady who is organizing a home for deserted dogs and cats, with a hospital attached, and on a scale and with a foresight that is certainly remarkable. Considering that Dr. White is the head of the veterinary college in Chicago, the benefit that may accrue to the dogs and cats in the future from the opportunity of humane study that this will give will be incalculable. This, when put alongside of the horrible revelations that we are treated to anent vivisection, may, I hope, have the effect of swinging the balance the other way, and help to show the rash experimenters that there are people in this world who recognize the individuality of the animal creation, and that we who use them for our own ends, and have crowded them out of their place in nature to a certain extent, should at the same time look at the other side of the picture, and should consider the debt we owe to them during their short lives, that humanity, practiced towards the dumb animals, is nothing more than their just due. A great many of the same cats won at Chicago at this last show, Lupin being again Best Cat in Show, and among the younger brigade, the most remarkable was a lovely cream kitten owned by Mrs. Locke, which is by Laddie. Toodles, a white son of Light of Asia, was the best white. End of section 31, read by Stephanie Fung in Santa Clara on December 19, 2025. Section 32 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephanie Fung. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Cats in America continued. District Number 3. District Number 3, which we shall assign to the Detroit contingent, is certainly one of our most important. The Detroit fanciers are situated more in a central position, that is, as regards getting to several shows a year, for Detroit is accessible to Cleveland, Rochester, Cincinnati, and Chicago, all of which are good shows, so this gives the Detroit fanciers the chance to come out at several shows besides their own in the course of the winter. At Detroit reside several of our most enterprising and successful breeders and exhibitors, for the Detroit fancier is not content simply to stay at home and only take part in the one local show of the year, but is to be found at a good many, even so far as New York. In the list of these we place Mrs. F.J. Sarmiento and Mrs. Dwight Cutler, who own the well-known cats Arlington Hercules, Bar Abdul, Mariam, Dingley Bell, Champion Floriana, Brownie Pink, etc. The history of these and their wins is written on the sands of time and will not be lost for many years, and they represent the enterprise of buying and importing the best English strains and taking care of them. Mrs. Owen at the Owen Academy has been an important factor at many shows for the last 2 years. Mrs. W.M. Chapman is well known to showgoers and has won a good many honors, and rather in a way not too common here, that is, by breeding her own cats. This has been done with skill and patience, for Mrs. Chapman has selected the parents with forethought, and has not been one of those who has paid large sums for breeding stock. The keynote more or less of this strain has been a fine brown tabby obtained from Canada some years ago, viz. Prince Rupert, who goes back in his pedigree to cats owned by Mr. A. Clark, and also to some imported by Mrs. Cumberland of Port Hope, Ontario. Mrs. W. J. Stanton deserves mention in the Detroit list as a breeder of short-haired orange and tortoiseshells with and without white, and I must say I watch this lady's career with interest, for she has brought out several winners in her specialties, and is probably destined to make things interesting in the short-haired division. Mrs. N.C. Ellis is another of the Detroit breeders likely to be heard of at show times, and Mr. and Mrs. Franklin have both made a name for themselves with cats of their own breeding. We must not forget Mrs. Hemingway, who was the owner of Royal Bengal, a fine brown tabby, and several good orange cats bred by herself. Cincinnati is our next point of interest, though I have not had the opportunity of meeting so many of the Ohio breeders as I should like, but this is destined, I feel sure, to be one of the prominent fancier sections in the future. In passing through Ohio, we must never forget that Ohio has the 2 important shows of Cleveland and Cincinnati, and holds within her gates Mrs. E.R. Pierce, whose tastes run to orange and creams, Mrs. Chas McLeod of Marysville, Ohio, and Mrs. Wagner of Sandusky, who brought a very fine lot of long-haired cats to Cleveland this year. Mrs. Wagner is well known and has been for some time a breeder of blacks. Her silver tabby Queenie was the sensation of the Cleveland show in 1902, and is destined to win a great deal more in the future. Mrs. Ferris has developed a faculty for bringing out good orange and brown tabby cats. Mrs. C. F. Russell, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, is also well known. Mr. G. G. Brown of East Cleveland, Ohio, deserves more than a passing mention, for though not a cat breeder, he has made it his business for 2 years to organize and carry through 2 of the best shows in the country at Cleveland, which have been of material help to the fancy, and did a great deal of good. What cats are kept at the Brown homestead are short hairs and some nice Manx, but in other lines, such as poultry and dogs, Mr. Brown is hard to beat. Mrs. D. E. Peters of North Baltimore, Ohio, has owned quite a few good cats, including some that came from Romoldkirk, but of late she has signified her intention of selling out. Indianapolis, though rather southwesterly, is more in this division and contains a good many cats and some breeders, though they have not been able up to now to come to shows and meet the more northern and eastern cats. Miss N.H. Wilson, whose prefix is spoken, is well known, and so is the cattery of Mrs. Ida M. Shirk, who has carried on the business under the name of the Linden Cattery. District Number 4, Canadian Cats. The two pioneers of the cat in Canada, i.e. the two who were most prominent as breeders when I went to the first Canadian shows, were Mrs. Cumberland of Port Hope, Ontario, whose prefix or affix of de Mont bespeaks her early efforts. Even earlier than Mrs. Cumberland, the cats belonging to Mr. A. Burland, an Englishman, attained prominence, and the blood that he brought from England, mostly from Mr. A. A. Clark, is now diffused into or among many of our best-known catteries. We had a dim suspicion, in fact more than a dim suspicion, that there was tucked away in Canada more than one good cat, and so being in Toronto, we made an exploration, thanks to the help of Mrs. Ellis and Mr. Boyd. Our first visit was to the Pioneer Cattery, where we found the ravages of gastritis had been severely felt only the week before, and, of course, some of the very best, including some we had portrayed lately, had succumbed. The most noted inmate was Marie, a cat of good type, very sound and in good condition, with capital eyes of a good rich orange. She should breed something good, and we hope we can say it without offending anyone. This cat, old as she is the peer of any brown tabby put down in America last year, and we only hope she will live to breed one more good litter, which should be retained to perpetuate the race. It was only a short walk to Mrs. Mallock, who was rejoicing in the possession of a very cute young black male, capital in style, with a lovely coat and color named Furzo, bred by Mr. Empey of Montreal. After lunch, we drove to see Miss Cox, who has the same nice white male we saw there 6 years ago, and he has done yeoman service in the meantime. Caddy, a young brown tabby male, is a year old and a credit to any cattery. Miss Cox is also the possessor of a nice white queen by Fluff, who is responsible for some of the good kittens. We next journeyed to the home of Mrs. Bell, who has one queen and 2 very strong kittens. Mrs. Bell, however, intends to strengthen her cattery soon by the acquisition of some good queens. Leaving Mr. and Mrs. Bell, we journeyed to the ferry and went over to the island, getting a glimpse of the beauties of Toronto and a fine view of the waterfront and the suburban attractions. We landed at the house of Mrs. McAdley and were introduced to the grandest lot of brown tabbies we ever remember to have seen, outside perhaps Mrs. Cutler's, which we should not like to compare, not having seen them. We may safely say that nothing so good was shown last year as Mrs. McAdley's. At the head of the list is Prince, a grand old cat imported from Ireland 7 years ago, and there are few cats extant today, or ever were, that can take his measure. His head is magnificent, and he is short on the leg, has plenty of bone, grand color, no weak coloring around the lips or chin, and what is more, he sires the right sort. Patty, his daughter, is the peer of any brown tabby queen we have seen in the ring for a long time, and we saw nothing to beat her in England 2 years ago. Mrs. Ellis has adopted the kittens, and these will not pass out of Canada under pretty stiff figures, and wherever they appear in the showroom, they will have to be reckoned with by the very best. We got back to our hotel at 11 p.m. after a most enjoyable day among enthusiastic and painstaking fanciers, and we had unfortunately to leave out one house for lack of time. Another cat enthusiast who has some good Romoldkirk stock to sell, viz. Miss Cottle, journeyed over from Kingston on purpose to have a catty talk at the dog show. We feel sure that the Canadian contingent will have to be reckoned with in the future as breeders, and in brown tabbies are a hard proposition. As soon as they get hold of some better cats of the other colors, they will be up with us, though we do not see some of the best of the other colors, notably Miss Cottle's and the Montreal Blacks. District Number 5. California is a district by itself, which can never be in active touch with the East, and the future cat of California may probably be the Siamese, for the demand of them is growing every day, and the climate favors them. California is too warm to coat the long hairs, and the vermin are too promiscuous in most parts to make the rearing or caring for the long hairs a pleasant occupation. Mrs. C. H. Hogue and Mrs. C. E. Martling have been 2 of the most energetic in promoting the cat as a fancy in California, and several shows have been held, but at present, in the language of the slang, there is not much doing, except in Siamese, so that in taking a look over the past from a high point and looking down, we cannot say that up to now we can point to many families or strains that have yet made their mark in America, that is, a mark that is very conspicuous, for there has not been time. But still there are signs of strains that will be matters of history, and there are families that may be called distinctive, because the descendants win under different judges with sufficient regularity to make this noticeable. Some of these I have sketched in my other notes, but probably the most far-reaching of the families that win in all colors is the Humbert strain, which emanates from Mrs. Barker's King Humbert, imported in 1895. Not only did this cat sire a lot of winners himself, but cats with the Humbert blood to the third and fourth generation, such as Prince of Orange, etc., are still winning all over the country. Judging by present appearances, the King of the Silvers family, coupled with his sire Bittern Silver Chieftain, is forging to the front, and is marking out a path of its own as regards winning in public. One cat, the Blessed Damsel, bred by Mrs. Barker in England, and by Champion Lord Southampton ex Piggy by Champion Silver Mist, is making a big reputation through her children, and the second generation is now beginning to win as did the first. This blood is very successful wherever found, and this is, no doubt, largely owing to the kittens by King of the Silvers, though the passionate pilgrim, who goes back through his sire to Witchwood, is as good as anything Mrs. Barker has yet produced. And this is saying a good deal, for she has bred a great many winners in many colors, and the effect of cats imported or bred by her is seen at every show we go to, and the ramifications of bloodlines spread over America would make a book in itself. The very best cats from England will win here every time they are shown in good trim, and in picking cats for best in show, the greater part of the prizes go to English cats, or to cats bred from English parents. The crossing of the natives with the English is very successful in some cases, and, no doubt, the changes of blood will in the future work to the good of the majority, for in size, shape, and coat, many of the American cats are very good, but fail in type and quality. The cat fever in its present form may be said to be so comparatively new as an industry that it has not been easy to give a comprehensive view of the whole. Some exhibitors have come up suddenly, and after seeming to have carried all before them have disappeared as suddenly as they came, while others have kept on right through, though these are few by comparison with the great possibilities. We are now passing through the early days of organization, and the future is not always too clear, but still, I have tried to give the most prominence to those who have braved the light of day and have supported the shows, and this, really, is the only practical test of where any of us stand. If I were to enumerate all I have heard of, and the many people who are interested in the cat in America, there is no doubt but that a good deal more space than I have at my command would be used 2 or 3 times over, and such is the size of the country that it is only possible to give a light sketch of the whole, and I do not expect that I shall, or anyone else could, begin to do justice to, or could in any way really gauge, the number of people interested in cats in America. In 10 years' time, I expect to see cities that now bring together perhaps 100 cats, then having shows containing hundreds, for in most places, even where shows have been held, we have hardly scratched the surface, and in perhaps only 1 out of 100 important and possible towns have we ever had a show. The extent of the possibility of the future can only be slightly grasped by those who have touched the fancy, but those of us who have worked for many years at it see signs of growth now that may increase the fancy as a snowball will grow. The further you roll it, the faster it grows in proportion. We are only just waking. The future alone can say whether we shall succeed, but we must face the fact that in America, the cat fancy as a whole is an impossibility, and that cats as exhibition cats can only, as a rule, unless belonging to rich people, meet each other in competition, if within reasonable distance of each other. Judging in America. In 1900, I am not afraid to say, we had not more than 2 judges capable of judging a small show correctly all the way through. Today, we have a great many breeders who could do very fair work, and would not make many mistakes if the classes were not too big for them. Of course, the fact must be recognized here, as elsewhere, that a judge improves with experience, and I hazard the opinion that the fewer cats he owns, the better he may judge, though I personally prefer for my own stock a judge who has at some time bred the variety. I cannot say that I have found the judging of cats in America a very difficult matter up to now, for the classes have been, as a rule, small, and in most cases the winners stood out well. And though, no doubt, there have been differences of opinion upon what I have done, I have not had many qualms of conscience over past doings. The weakest spot in the American cat shows has been the tendency of owners to overestimate the value of their cats in many cases, and the disappointment of defeat comes sometimes severely upon very enthusiastic people. But there is no hope for a fancier who cannot suffer defeat and come again for some more, so I think we need not waste our tears upon these, for they were never destined to succeed. Want of quality is another weak spot we have to contend with, and this often comes from the eye not having been trained to the best. Size as a factor of beauty is another fetish we have to destroy with a rude hand, but our people are apt pupils, and those who stay in the game are very anxious to be on the right track, though it will take some a few years longer to learn the give and take, to withdraw gracefully, and to admit that there may be another side to a question. My own position today is that I am as much interested in the fancy as ever, but I do not find the necessity for doing the work in so severe a manner now, for there are so many capable of carrying on what has been done, and the future is pretty well assured. So that for the health of the fancy at large, it is better that too much should not be monopolized by 2 or 3 pairs of hands, and some of us old-timers who began in 1893 and 1894 and before that are allowing the younger blood to take its share of the tasks. In judging cats, as in other stock, it seems to me that one of the greatest criterions as to the success of our efforts as judges is the success in many cases of cats or kittens bred from those we have put in the front rank. And only time can tell the force of what we have done. If in the future I see cats doing as well as they are this season, bred from those I have put in the prize list and judged by other judges, then shall I feel repaid for work done in the past, and not until then can I be sure I have been right. It would be impossible to go back through the last 8 years and their troubles and experiences, and though in many cases I know I may have been called a beast, I hope posterity will say I was a just beast. It might be as well to refer to the scorecard to show where, in cases such as we have had to contend with, it has done a great deal of good. 100 points make perfection, and the question arose in one's mind before using the scorecard as to whether the budding exhibitor would be forever crushed by finding that the cherished one came out of the scorecard ordeal with about 75 points instead of the possible 100, so that when it has been selected by a club for a show, I have warned the owners of the danger. But to the everlasting credit of our fanciers, I must say that I have not had to register a kick because of a low score, and many, even novices, were more than pleased with a score of 80. If I may point out a failing in English judging, and we see the same thing here in the dog fancy, the criticism is left to the reporter, who has not the time or the opportunity for finding the real faults, nor the space at command to do justice to the exhibits. The task of explaining to exhibitors why their animals have lost is not an agreeable one, but in a land like this, where nearly all have been beginners, this has been an absolute necessity, and the dose must be swallowed or no progress is made, and, as in the case of the scorecard, no doubt the having to give a reason is likely to keep us from giving prizes to 1 point at the expense of all the rest. 2 great factors we have had to consider here are type and quality, the 2 weakest points in our cats, and if we had run to extremes in eye color, we should have made no progress in type or perhaps quality. Great stress has been laid upon markings in tabby cats with very good results, and we are rapidly accumulating a good lot of tabbies, especially in the Detroit district where tabbies are popular, which is a thing to be grateful for. We have never thought it well here to discourage the orange tabbies for the sake of unmarked orange, and we have some very good orange tabbies whose number is on the increase. And if the plain orange can range up beside the orange tabbies, all well and good, but I shall be an advocate, if there is a danger of one hurting the other, of making separate classes, for we do not want to drive out the good orange tabbies, which are very popular, and the average American who loves an orange cat at the present moment does not care whether it is marked or unmarked. Cats with white hair are much in favor, as is the case with Madame René and the continental fanciers, and, if so, there seems to be no reason for discouraging them, and we may as well first make up our minds to the fact that in trying to force English ideas down the throats of the people of another country with too violent a hand, we may do a lasting injury to the fancy at large. Another thing I might refer to, and that is that the average American exhibitor does not favor giving prizes to long-haired cats when out of coat, and the strength of the fancy and its future popularity lies in presenting to the public the cats in their best dress, and this mostly is the only logical way we can give out the principal prizes and appeal to the good sense of those who come to see them. For the general public, when not experts, can only judge from appearance. The strength in England lies in the fanciers themselves, who have the opportunity of seeing so much more and of learning. Our future here lies in being able to gather recruits by presenting the cats to them in as perfect a form as possible, and therefore we have to depend upon the public. Our shows have to be in the winter, when the cats are in coat, and the dangers of exposure to the weather are very great, all of which is a good deal to the disadvantage of the fancier. Maltese cats. A great deal of interest has been taken in England in the subject of blue cats in America, which are often called Maltese, and really among the rank and file of the public, this is the name they go by. So celebrated had some strains become that off-colored cats bred from these cats are sometimes called Maltese, and the idea seemed to have gained considerable ground that this was a separate breed. But evidence of this fact is very much lacking in most parts, and in traveling over a good deal of the country and finding them thousands of miles apart, I must confess that I have never been able to trace the origin of these cats, nor to find out any reason for their numbers. I have been led to think that they are the same or were the same in the beginning as the blue Russian or archangel cat, and that they were brought to this country many years ago, and that the name was given them by sailors or others. The tradition possibly has been handed down in the same way as the name of Angora has remained fastened to the long hairs with the average public here, and will be many more years in dying, for the band of fanciers who know better is but a drop in the bucket in this great land. No doubt the name of Maltese moved with the cat to the west as families moved, for in the case of native-born Americans, the migration west has been often gradual. Thus, some moved, we will say, as far as Ohio. Their sons and daughters moved to Illinois, and the next generation went still further, and the much-prized Maltese cat drifted on with his name. Probably a good many of the so-called Maltese are just blue specimens of the ordinary short-haired cat, and, in fact, there has never been any one of my acquaintance who had any ideas as to points or type, but the color was the feature to be looked at. We find Maltese cats of the short and cobby type besides the long and more extended species, but the latter predominate, and I am inclined to agree with some English judges that the fairly long cats with a cleaner cut head are the purer type of blue cat. On some, when judging, I find very good heads with clean-cut features, round, well-developed cheeks, with fairly long bodies, very even in color. No doubt the preponderance of blue cats before the advent of the cat shows was largely owing to the selection of blue kittens in the litters, which left a great many blue sires to roam the streets by night and sire blue kittens. In many cases, I have found families who had never heard of cat shows that had strains of blue or Maltese cats, and took pride in keeping the strain as pure as possible. And one great factor is that the blues have always had the name of being excellent mousers and were valued as such. Besides the supposed strong point in their composition, they have always had a reputation for great intelligence and of being good-tempered and reliable about the house with children and the young folk. Like the Plymouth rockfowl, the Maltese cat has been one of the institutions of the American continent, and there seems to be some ground for believing the original tradition connected with the name Maltese, that the Maltese cat came from the East and was treasured as something out of the common, and fell among friends. Some are light and some are dark, and some have the white spot on the chest, but on most there is not much evidence of tabby markings. Neither do you see this in the young kittens in the same way as the Russians are said to be at an early age. I have seen 5 and 6 pure light blue kittens in a litter, and the father and mother were both of the same color. In quite out-of-the-way places, you will, upon going to judge the short hairs, find some blues and often with deep brown eyes, and if I were to make a comparison between the average American blue and what I saw in England as Russians, I should say the American cats are mostly lighter in color and do not have quite so glossy coats. Perhaps if taken up and selected for a few generations, these features would come out more strongly. One of the worst features of the popularity of the Maltese, from the point of view of the breeder of long hairs, has been that the blue color has been so common that when the blue Persian was introduced, he was not, in this country, considered peculiar. Among the Maine cats, so-called, the blue or Maltese color was not at all uncommon, and plenty of this color are to be found. Some people who bred them obtained their stock from Paris, and no doubt the chartreuse blue of olden times had a good deal to do with many of these. The oldest blue cat I ever saw was one reared on a farm. He had always lived out of doors, more or less, and was a farm cat. His age was 24 years, and he was born at the same time as the oldest son, who was also 24 years old. The evidence was pretty good that the age was correct. It must not be supposed from this that blue cats are so numerous as to overshadow other colors in North America, for we have short hairs in all the common colors and lots of them. But still, the fact is pretty evident that short-haired blues have been a popular color for a long time, and there are so many that everyone, whether cat fancier or not, is quite used to the color. The native-born American, as a rule, calls this cat the Maltese, and the name, as I said before, will cling for many a day to come. In judging these cats, I must say that the proportion of small or short round-headed cats is small, and that these, in America at least, are not the most common type of blue cat, and I, personally, in judging, have usually inclined to the more lengthy cat with longer face and bigger ears, though I think it is possible to find plenty without absolutely mean-looking heads. We do not want a ferret's head on a cat, for there is a happy medium. Wild species. We cannot leave the American exhibition cats without saying a word upon the wild species, some of which find their way into the showrooms on more than one or two occasions. Of course, the cougar or mountain lion, our biggest species, is out of court on account of his size. But still, if history is to be believed, this fine animal was never injurious to man, and has not been known in recent times to attack man, though he is fitted by size and strength to do a great deal of damage. The next in order is the lynx, and though this animal is pictured as very fierce, there is as much evidence to show, in other ways, that if taken young and domesticated, the lynx is amenable to reason and very intelligent, full of humor, and not afflicted with excessive nervousness. I have seen specimens exhibited, and one in particular that was the constant playmate of a little child, and this cat spent 4 days in a show playing most of the time with all the children that came along, and was the coolest and most unconcerned cat in the hall. Evidently, the lynx shares the great brain power of the cat family, which those who are well acquainted with cats are willing to concede to them, added to a calmness of temperament foreign to some of our so-called domesticated breeds that ought to have inherited by now, perhaps, more savoir-faire under show conditions. When on a ranch in the wilds with a few cats and dogs, where quarters are limited, I could never see that there was a natural antipathy between cats and dogs, for the bitches would rear kittens and vice versa, and the friendship was great between them, so much so that they would play together for hours, and there was no danger in leaving dogs and cats together, shut up in the house when we were absent. In later times, I have had 20 cats or more running around with as many dogs and never had a cat killed, and only 2 or 3 occasions when any trouble started. The supposed antipathy between cat and dog seems to be an acquired taste in a certain measure, and personally I do not believe in the antipathy being natural or a fact, for the two will live together in peace if not set upon each other by man. From a few observations, I believe the lynx is capable of domestication. Of course, his size precludes his being numerous, but in this variety there are possibilities as yet not sufficiently tried out. Of other cats, in contradistinction to this, we may mention that beautiful cat, the ocelot. This cat is fairly plentiful and is not very difficult to obtain when young, and though they are so handsome and can be reared and left to run about the house till a year old, as they arrive at maturity, they become what the ladies call impossible. The ocelot with increasing age grows hopelessly savage and will kill anything put in his cage that he is capable of handling, and even to his keeper he is a problem. This evidence is not hearsay, but is from one who tried for a long time to do something with these beautiful animals. They are, when in condition, one of our handsomest specimens of the cat tribe. One of the most fascinating little cats I ever judged was a little margay cat from Brazil, exhibited by the Zoological Society of Chicago, and though quite small and delicate-looking, it seemed perfectly healthy, and, as in the case of the lynx, was as tame and affectionate as possible, and seemed delighted to be noticed and handled. I cannot help thinking that if obtainable and kept pure, this would make one of the most beautiful of exhibition cats. Small, of a reddish-brown color and clearly spotted all over, with beautifully shaped and small ears, which are black and white, this cat is gentle, sweet, sizable, and possible as a pet. I have never seen it excelled by anything among the cat tribe, and having handled this cat a good many times during the show, I must say it was one of the tamest and best-natured cats I ever came across in the showroom, and certainly the most beautiful short-haired cat possible to imagine. On one or two occasions, we have had Australian cats exhibited, and they were funny little beasts, sitting up like a squirrel, and with much the same shape of head. When genuine, they are most quaint, but do not seem to live long here. A very clever fake was carried out with these cats at some of the early shows, or rather, I should not say with these cats, but an imitation of these cats. When the supply became limited, someone became clever enough to augment the number by shaving the long and ragged native short hairs, and so well was it done that they not only won prizes, but on one occasion one was bought by a judge after winning, when to his purchaser's disgust, a month or two later, he turned out to be an ordinary yellow Tom with his coat on. The Australian cat fell into disfavor after a few of these experiences, and it has not been possible to resuscitate them. We often hear of the pampas cat of South America being in certain catteries, but so far at the shows none have been produced, and I am inclined to think these also are of the impossible brigade on account of their savage disposition. It is a pity that some enterprising fancier does not try to tame these wild species. Some of the difficulties in America. Our English readers will, no doubt, wonder at a good many things we do in America, but never having had the experience of our conditions, they would not be able to appreciate what it is that keeps the fancy back. In the first place, on this continent, anything except poultry shows and dog shows is an unknown quantity, and many of those who take up the cat fancy with enthusiasm are perfectly innocent of any show experiences and have few to teach them, so that until a show or two has been held in a certain neighborhood, our affairs are apt to be a little mixed. For instance, the common idea of a tortoiseshell cat is as often as not a heavily marked tabby of the brown tabby persuasion, or it may be an orange tabby, or it may be a mixture of many colors. Until a show has been held in a town, very few of the inhabitants know whether they have good cats or not, and they are as likely to bring the bad as the good. The idea has prevailed to a large extent that it is very expensive to get up shows, and so the only opportunity made use of has been when a poultry show is being held, and the promoters of this are asked for a little space, which they may grant, as the cats are found to be very conducive to a gate. But the drawback of this arrangement is that in most cases the poultry people want to make as much money as possible, and so keep the cats penned for 4 or 5 days, which in many cases means death to the cats. The cost of the hall being so great, and the prize money being consequently kept down to try to balance things, with the entry fees also put away up, which, all added to the traveling long distances and the added expense of hotel bills, makes the lot of the American cat exhibitor not too rosy, and it is something to wonder at that the fancy has ever developed at all. Distance from place to place is another factor, and when you read in England of the New York and then the Chicago show the week after, you hardly realize that they are 1,000 miles apart, and that if living in New York and you want to show in Chicago, it may cost you £20 in traveling expenses alone. Another thing show committees have to face is the expense of the judge, and the difficulty of finding suitable sires within reasonable distance is one of the many drawbacks with which American fanciers have to contend. End of section 32, read by Stephanie Fung in Santa Clara on December 19, 2025.
Section 33 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Maine Cats. Chapter 28. Maine Cats. From my earliest recollection, I have had from one to several long-haired cats, of that variety often called Maine cats. As to how and when they came, I would say, like Topsy, they just growed, for their advent reaches far back beyond the memory of the oldest inhabitant. Our own family circle was never complete without one or more cats, not always long-haired, but that variety always held the place of honor. As early as 1861, my younger brother and myself owned jointly a beautiful long-haired black, pointed with white. He bore up for several years under the remarkable name of Captain Jenks of the Horse Marines. I have no recollection of his earlier history or advent. I fancy, however, that these cats came into Maine much in the same way, and about the same time that they did in England. The Maine people having had them so long, it is difficult to arouse any great enthusiasm about them there. They are much like other people, they go into heroics over things they know less about. Not until the craze for long-haired cats struck the West did they think much about selling cats. Their very best would be given to their dearest friends. When I think of the number of beauties that I have had given me on my return visits because I would be good to them, it makes me wish for the good old times, when the little dears were beyond price in filthy lucre. I think the first really important development of the cat fancy that took deep and lasting root in me occurred in 1869, when I saw for the first time a pair of blue-eyed white Persian kittens that landed, to say the least, free of duty, in a sailmaker's pocket from a foreign vessel, which put into a seaport town for repairs after a severe storm. This Mr. P., being a great lover of cats, while on board the vessel, making repairs, admired a beautiful white Persian cat with a family of kittens belonging to the cook, who gave him a pair of them. They grew and were nursed with tenderest care, the female developing much the better quality in hair. But females were not highly prized at that time. They were both kept 2 or 3 years to get a good male for a gelding. I was told that they destroyed all the female kittens, but at last they were rewarded, and then the original pair were sent to a relative in the country. From that time on, long-haired, blue-eyed white kittens sprang up in most unexpected places. At intervals they have appeared, and almost disappeared several times for want of care in breeding, but with this drawback, they will still frequently come forth in the same fine type. I owned a very fine specimen called Dot, who became a noted winner, and who came from this strain about 11 years after the kittens landed. I think he was quite as good a specimen of Persian as the one that came from the original kittens. They were both cat show winners at the same time, although Baba, or Baby, was in his dotage when Dot was in his prime. We were not thinking of pedigrees then, but merely who had the best cat. Baba at that time belonged to Miss Masson, formerly Miss Pilbrook, and won the cup over everything in the Boston show. Dot was not at the Boston show, but won first in his class at Bangor, Maine, which was held at about the same time. Dot was sent to the Bangor show to please Mr. Robinson, owner of Richelieu, who had the management of it, and without the slightest thought of winning. He brought home a gorgeous silver butter dish, elaborately inscribed, which sat about at least 10 years before being given to the cook. Oh, that I had it now, that its picture might grace these pages! For intelligence and affection, Dot was by far the superior cat. I have never seen his equal. Although deaf, his other senses were so keen that we hardly realized he did not hear. He would answer to the slightest beckon, and was always watching for a call. He was quite proud of his beauty, and never failed at his mistress's receptions to speak to each person present before taking a seat in the window. At one time some office girls who passed our house every day on the way to their work told me he was usually on the gate-post at 7 o'clock in the morning to salute them and wave his plume to them. Each one stroked his head, said "pretty kitty," and passed on. He then took his morning roll on the lawn, and was ready for his breakfast. His benevolence and tender feeling for cats of low degree was displayed by his keeping a cat 2 winters. His protégé was an example of the sad-eyed forlorn cat. One sad eye, the other closed beyond repair, spirit completely broken by neglect. As soon as the weather became cool, Dot would usher his sad friend into the kitchen every morning and ask for breakfast for him, then sit back on the rug the while, and with utmost satisfaction, expressed in song, watch the tramp cat eat it. Where he kept his friend when he was not eating we know not. He was invisible. He also excelled as a traveller, making several short journeys. When with me he scorned a basket, much preferring to sit on the seat and look out of the window, and incidentally entertain the other passengers by his unusual privileges in cat travelling. He developed an unusual taste for moisture, often sitting on a garden bench through a heavy shower, while his frolics in a light snowfall were most entertaining. Taking him all in all, I have not yet seen a finer pet cat. We sent him to rest in the happy hunting grounds at the age of 10 years. I would like to say a few words here in regard to American cat shows. We are continually hearing it stated, or seeing it written by the clubs and those who are new to the fancy, "The first cat show ever held in this country," and so forth, was, we will say according to their light, some 3 years ago. That is true so far as clubs go, but large cat shows were held spasmodically in all the large and some small Eastern cities as far back as the '70's. I have a photograph of Virgilia owned by Mr. Robinson, of Bangor, Maine, who had won first in his class at Boston, New York, and Philadelphia previous to 1884, when he was shown at Bangor, Maine, in a limited show of the 100 Best Cats. He was a silver of bluish tabby, very lightly marked, about 7 years old at the time. Weighed about 20 pounds, he was, as his picture shows, rather a coarse-grained variety, a drug-store cat. I know nothing of his early history, but his owner had the cat fad, a well-developed case, and travelled from city to city to show his cat, much as we are all doing now 20 years later. At that time, Maine, near the coast, was rich in fine specimens of the long-haired cats. That was before they began to sell. I have in mind their brown tabbies. We often hear it said by people who know them not that the Maine cats are unhealthy, that they have worms, and I have to admit, and that they sometimes die like other cats. But here is one that didn't until he had rounded out his full 17 years. On page 329 is a picture of Leo, brown tabby, born 1884, died 1901, presented to Miss Perissa Bodwell Martin of Augusta, Maine, by Miss E.R. Pierce, when he was 6 months old. He lived a life of luxury and ease, having his meals served by his mistress's own hand in the upper hall, where he chose to spend his time for the later years of his life. If I may be permitted, I would ask comparison between the picture of Leo and any thoroughbred brown tabby. First, colour of muzzle, length of nose, size and shape of eyes, breadth of forehead, size of ears, length of hair in the ears, and on the head. In body markings, Leo would fall off, as his hair was so extremely long that the markings became somewhat confusing. They have had some extremely fine brown tabbies in Maine. In the summer of 1900 I bought Maxine there, the mother of young Hamlet, who won over his sire, Prince Rupert, the first year he was shown. She was, or is, very much the type of the King Humbert stock, though she has no pedigree whatever. It is one of nature's own secrets how they keep bringing forth, now and then, not always, these fine types. I have before me a most interesting letter from a Maine lady, one of my contemporaries. I will first explain that Maine at that time was one of the largest shipbuilding states in the Union, residents of the seaport towns and cities being often masters of their own floating palaces, taking their families with them to foreign countries, and having in many towns quite social sets, like the army set or official set in other sections. Miss Thomas, to whose letter I refer, was the daughter of the late Captain Stackpole, who commanded his own ship for many years, taking his wife and little daughter with him. That was before our Civil War. She says, "I was always very fond of cats before they had to have a pedigree. In my younger days en route for California we stopped at Juan Fernandez, and I got a little wild cat. Later on, when in Europe, I got a Manx cat from the Isle of Man. It was a great curiosity, and not considered very handsome, with its bobtail, and hind legs so much longer than the front ones. It came to an untimely end by running up a flue and was smothered to death. The wild cat did not flourish on condensed milk and lived for a short time. Bad luck has followed me right along, but I keep right on like an old topper, and don't know enough to stop." In writing of her own cat, the mother of Swamp Scott, she says, "I cannot tell you much about my cat's pedigree, only that her great-grandfather was brought to Rockport, Maine, from France. He was a blue-eyed white. This line of whites, while in the same locality, are quite distinct and unrelated to the first whites mentioned, of which Dot was given as a type. But her reference to her early exploits with Manx cats clears the air as to how these different varieties first got root in Maine. This instance is only one in many where pets of every variety were brought in foreign ports to amuse the children on shipboard. Otherwise, as in one case I can call to mind, the children would make pets of the livestock carried to supply the captain's table with fresh meals, kittens, lambs, etc., until it would be impossible to eat the little dears after they were served by the cruel cook. Therefore, birds of plumage and singers, cats, dogs, and even monkeys found their way to nearly all the coast towns, many more in the past than at this time, when sailing vessels have passed their usefulness as money-making institutions, and those that do go out are not commanded by their owners. Paid captains, as a rule, cannot take their families with them, and the supply of cats from that source has been cut off for many years, so those we find there now can safely be called natives. Up to this point I have been writing of the cats of the long, long ago, and perhaps only interesting to myself, being as full of plain facts as Gradgrind. Before coming down to some of the fine cats of the present day, I will say that I am told by an eye-witness that on a little island quite well off the coast which is inhabited by only 3 families, and where a few gentlemen have a quiet nook to fish in summer, they found pure white Persian cats with the most heavenly blue eyes. So far as is known, no other cats are on the island. I had the promise of a pair last year, but cruel fate had visited them in their sheltered nook, and the kittens that year died. The promise still holds good, and I do not want to believe it a fish story. Time alone can finish it. I really know nothing of the cats that are said to be found on the islands, but no doubt they are much the same as those found all along the New England coast. For a long time the long-haired cats seemed to be confined mostly to the coast towns and cities, but the giving their best too. Their sisters and their cousins and their aunts have spread them inland, as well as scattered them over nearly every state in the Union. They thrive as well as any other long-haired cat. No doubt they do still better in Maine, but the difference comes from the fact that they have the freedom of living a natural life. Without dopes or over-coddling, their offspring are beautiful, because they are from their own choosing, and not from compulsory mating, often distasteful no doubt. About 1895 or 1896, the cat fad struck the Middle West. The time was ripe for its development. The high, the low, the rich, the poor, have all felt its force, as the real love of animal pets is no respecter of persons, and this fancy has made the whole world kin. A few people who had never seen a cat show in their native land go across, attend a cat show, or pick up a cat at a bargain on the streets of London. They fetch it home, and lo! their neighbour has seen something very like it while at their summer home on the coast of Maine. The fad is contagious, and if they have the fever running very high, they send back east to their handy man to get them a long-haired cat, and these cats become popular. Clubs are formed to discuss points and exchange knowledge. Shows become a necessity. Large premiums are offered. Numerous valuable specials become a feature. Cats must be found to fit them. The house market at a low figure is looked over. Many attic treasures are brought out, and have often tipped the scales in favour of Yankee cat. We all turn green with envy. Before another show we must import a ready-made winner at any cost. In the meantime, the demand for the home-grown article is increasing, and prices are getting much inflated, the dealers in large cities keeping their buyers busy in the New England field during the fall and winter months. But the stock of kittens has been looked over by the summer residents or visitors. The real cream disappeared with the first frost to some winter homes in the big cities. The dealers get what is left at almost any price they please to pay, many of the specimens being indifferent, and some, no doubt, mongrels. In the last few years I have known less of the Maine cats, except through the shows and a few that I have owned myself, which have not been shown much, or proved remarkable in any way. But among the gems that have shone out with more or less brilliancy when on the bench, we find Cosy, a brown tabby, taking first and special for best cat in show in New York, 1895. Miss Lambert brings out Patrique in New York in 1896, blue, and a nice one. King Max, first brought out by Miss Taylor, won in Boston first in 1897, 98, 99, only to be beaten by his sire, Donald, in 1900. Miss Mix has shown a fine Persian type from Maine called the Dairy Maid. I believe she has also Imogen from the same place, a tortoise shell. Miss Julius Copperberg's Petronius, of whom we all expected great things, was from a line of creams coming well down from a fine cream brought from some Mediterranean port by one Captain Cotton about 15 years ago. I have secured for friends several kittens from his cat's descendants, which are now somewhat scattered, but all show great strength, form, bone, and sinew. Miss Chapman's Cussy Maxine, a fine type of brown tabby, dam of young Hamlet, who won over his sire Prince Rupert, was also a Maine cat. Mr. Jones of the Cat Journal has from time to time had some fine brown tabbies of the Maine stock, winners at some of the larger shows. A fair representative of the whites who has acquitted himself well at the various shows in competition with large classes is Swampscott, owned by Miss F. E. Smith of Chicago. He comes from Miss Georgia Thomas's white cats at Camden, Maine, his maternal great-grandsire coming from France. Midnight, a younger black cat, winning second at Cincinnati to a cat from New Hampshire in better coat, and second in Chicago in 1901 in large classes, has since become a gelding and pet of Miss J. J. Hooker of Cincinnati. He comes from a line of blacks owned by a retired sea captain named Ryan, who had at one time 4 generations of black cats. They loved their cats like babies, and for years looked for people suitable to give their kittens to. I have been the flattered recipient 3 times in the last dozen years of these beautiful black diamonds. Antonio, a gelding now owned by Miss A.V. Thrasher of Cincinnati, Ohio, is also a fine representative of this stock. See photograph. In the last few years, since cats there are at such a premium and old age getting nearer every day, these good people have hardened their hearts and now sell like others to the highest bidder. I can also think of Peter the Great, a neuter cream and white, owned by Miss Carl Schmidt, shown at Detroit, Michigan, 1901. Also Black Patty, originally owned by Miss Ives, and Rufus, both Maine cats now owned in Detroit and winners in some of the Middle West shows, and many, many other winners whose place of nativity is a sacred secret with their owners, which we will not wilfully expose to public gaze until our native cats have been accorded the place that is due to them. I would like to tell you of some of the handsome geldings in Maine. No cat is too good for a pet with them. They may be seen on nearly every lawn or stoop, but as that is a little out of the province of this story, I will only describe one. A beautiful smoke owned by Dr. and Miss E. A. Wilson at their beautiful home in Belfast, Maine. He is now 10 years old. His mask and feet are black, or nearly so. His hair is very black, rather brownish at the tip, but as white as snow at the skin. I have begged them to show him at Boston or New York. The answer is always the same. Not for any amount of money or prizes. Tags wouldn't like it. He would be unhappy, wouldn't you, Tagsy? The Smokes have not been well developed there yet. In a letter lately received in regard to that variety, I am told that one of the regular agents said he found only about 1 in 200. The silvers and chinchillas are not common. The strong colour predominate: whites, blacks, blues, orange, and creams. Tabbies also being well divided and distributed along the coast, and for quite a distance back, perhaps 60 miles or more, but I have not known of their appearing to any extent in the northern portion of the state, which is less thickly settled. Having had this fancy from my infancy, and before it became a fashion, I took kindly to all the new developments. I have since had some experience with imported and kennel-bred cats, and from time to time had opportunities of seeing the best we have in our shows, and I fully believe that cats that have their freedom, as most of the Maine cats have for the greater part of their lives, are healthier than kennel cats can be. The cool climate and long winters, with clean air full of ozone, is what is needed to develop their best qualities, and with a few years of careful breeding for types, they would be able to compete quite successfully in an international cat show. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Cat photography for amateurs. Chapter 29. Cat Photography for Amateurs. All lovers of the cat, who are also amateur photographers, must have seen with envious admiration the lovely cat pictures by Madame Rottger, the more racy and amusing sketches by Louis Wain, and the many beautiful photographs which so greatly enhance the instructive and pictorial value of this Book of the Cat. To the amateur wishing to take up this fascinating, though somewhat difficult branch of photographic art, I venture to offer a few suggestions. The subject naturally divides itself into two distinct branches, the commercial and the artistic. By the commercial, I mean all photographs taken with the special aim of showing the shape and points of the cat from the fancier's, owner's, or purchaser's point of view. In the artistic, I include all those pictures where the cat is used as a model only. In either kind of work, almost any sort of camera and lens will do, providing it will yield a fair definition and admit of rapid exposures. If one possesses a portrait lens, all the better. At all events, use a lens which will give you good definition at a large aperture. A good make of a roller blind shutter is an important accessory, with a sufficient length of tubing to the pneumatic release to enable one to move about freely while holding the ball and to get close up to the cats while making either time or instantaneous exposures. The camera stand should be very firm and rigid. I like best to work in the open air, my studio being the small open run of my cattery. If the light is too direct or strong, I diffuse it by stretching light blue art muslin curtains above the table or stand upon which the cats are arranged. These curtains run with rings upon cords stretched from the boundary walls on each side so that they may be moved in any way the lighting may require. For background, a dark plush curtain will be found useful. Avoid figured backgrounds as they detract from the value and crispness of the cats and accessories. An example of what I mean will be seen in my picture on page 158 of the present work, where the feathers in the hat, one of the motives of the composition, are almost lost in the scrolls of the curtain used for background. 3 things are absolutely necessary to successful photography of cats for either commercial or artistic purposes: time, patience, and an unlimited number of good, quick plates. Of all animals, the cat is possibly the most unsatisfactory sitter should we attempt by force to secure the pose we desire. By coaxing, we can generally get what we wish. Patience is the keynote of success. Before commencing, make up your mind as to what points you wish to show, then pose your cat gently and wait patiently until the pose becomes easy. She may jump down or take a wrong pose or go to sleep a dozen times or more, but never mind, give plenty of time. It is here where patience tells. Wait and coax until you see just what you desire, then release the shutter and make the exposure. At this point, never hesitate or think twice, especially with kittens, or the desired pose may be gone and will possibly cost you hours of waiting again to secure it. Before photographing a cat for its general appearance or for any special points, it is essential to have it thoroughly groomed and got up as carefully as for show. Speaking generally, the coat of a long-haired cat should never be roughened. It altogether spoils the shape of the animal and does not in any way improve the appearance of length, quality, or texture of the coat. In all cats where their markings are one of their chief points, such as tabbies and tortoiseshells, etc., this roughening should be specially avoided. There is possibly one exception to this advice, and that is in the case of smokes, where it may be and sometimes is desirable to turn back a small patch of the fur to show the quality and purity of the silver undercoat. In such cases, the turning back must be done only for this purpose, and in such a natural way as not to interfere with the general flow of the fur or the shape of the cat. In posing a cat, it is well to remember its faults as well as its good points, so that the former may be hidden as much as possible, and the latter displayed to the best advantage. Let us take this somewhat extreme example. A friend has a domestic pet, a so-called Persian, but with weasel head, long back legs and tail, large ears, small eyes, short coat, but some slight pretense to a frill. What can we do? To take him in profile will result in a very sorry caricature of the noble Persian. So we coax Pussy to bend her back by sitting on her hind legs, and so partly hiding them, as well as apparently shortening her back, inducing her also to curl her long and scanty tail round her feet. We brush out the ear tufts, if she has any, and press up the fur at the base of the ears, for this will tend to make them look smaller. Having placed the camera well in front of and nearly on a level with the cat, so as to foreshorten the nose and head while showing what frill there is, a sharp squeaking sound will make Pussy open her eyes to their full extent. We press the ball, the exposure is made, and we have secured a fairly presentable photograph of our friend's perchance charming pet, yet most indifferent Persian cat. A few good examples of cats taken for the purpose of showing points should prove useful, especially to the novice, and many such examples are to be found in this present work on the cat. For instance, page 29, Litter of Siamese Kittens. Page 100, Champion Jimmy. Page 138, Star Duvals. Page 139, Omar. Page 145, A Perfect Chinchilla. And page 150, Dossie. With these examples, and the many others that are to be found scattered through the pages of The Book of the Cat, the would-be photographer of the cat for her show points should have little difficulty in setting up a standard to work to, and by patience and perseverance, succeed in attaining it. Turning now to the more artistic side of cat photography, we find our real difficulties begin. For in photographing for the showing of points, we seldom have to deal with more than one cat at a time. It is when we attempt deliberately to pose 2 or more cats or kittens to carry out a preconceived idea that our real troubles begin, and also that the patient skill of the amateur wins its best reward. Looking through the pages of The Book of the Cat, we find many good examples of how the cat should be used in picture making. The reproductions of Madame Ronner's charming pictures show how they may be handled with palette and brush. But alas, here we photographers labor under an immense disadvantage. However artistic our taste, however good and pretty our intended composition may be, we cannot, as the artist with pencils and brushes can, make individual sketches of pussies in the different positions needed and bring them together in the finished picture. Whether we use 2 or more cats, they must each be kind enough to take the pose we desire simultaneously, hence our greater difficulty. However, the illustrations on pages 1, 37, 49, 88, 128, 199, and many others indicate the wide field open to the photographer with a little taste and vast patience. In this class of photography, it is of no use to go to work in a haphazard fashion, snapshotting our cats in all kinds of positions, trusting to mere luck to yield something worth keeping, then to give a sounding title to it, and so hope to make a picture. Accident does occasionally present us with something worth having, but far more often, it offers us results only fit for the wastepaper basket. Before commencing, be sure you have an idea to work out in your picture, and of the lines you hope to follow in giving it expression. If possible, make a rough sketch, no matter how rough, of this idea, showing the position not only of the cats, but also of the accessories needed. Be careful to keep the composition simple and not to overcrowd it. This sketch will greatly assist you in arranging your picture and posing your cats. Before you attempt to pose the cats, it is absolutely necessary that all accessories should be fixed so that they cannot be knocked over, or the cats will get frightened and be useless as sitters for a long time to come. That cats are nervous should never be forgotten, and any chance of startling them strictly guarded against. When your background, table, and accessories are all in their places, put your camera in position, arrange the picture on the ground glass, and see that you get all well within the size of the plate. It is safer to have the picture on the ground glass a little smaller than the plate will allow, as if one tries to get it to its utmost size, one may find in developing that one of the models has moved back on the table an inch or more, perhaps, than calculated upon, and as a result have half a cat on one side instead of a whole one. The background, however, should be large enough to fully cover the ground glass. Focus the foreground and nearer accessories, stop down to f8, set the shutter to about 1/30th to 1/50th second, according to light and nature of subject, insert the slide containing the rapid plate, draw the flap under the dark cloth, and if at all windy, tie this last to the camera. Now you're ready for the cats and a suitable moment of light. As I have already remarked, I do my photographing out of doors. I therefore choose a bright warm day when there are plenty of fleecy clouds about, so that by taking advantage of their position in front of the sun, and by the help afforded by my muslin curtains, I am able to modify the harsh contrasts incidental to working in broad daylight. The artist, page 128, was perhaps one of the most difficult subjects I have attempted. Without apparent life and go, such a subject would be worthless. The rough sketch of the cat in the basket was first prepared, and the brush attached to it in such a manner that it would move freely up and down for about an inch or so. Then it and the rest of the accessories were firmly arranged upon the table. The cat in the basket was then made to take her place, but keep in she would not. As soon as the brush moved to attract the artist's paw, out she would jump. So for the time she was allowed to run, until the artist was posed and an endeavor made to infuse life into him by moving the brush. But it was no go. Sit down he would, until the introduction of a feather woke him up. His companion was then slipped into the basket, but alas, success was not yet. For about 2 hours, we had to begin over and over again, when at last the pose of both kittens was obtained simultaneously and the picture taken in 1/50th of a second. Such a subject with the kitten tamely sitting at the handle of the brush would not in any way have realized my intention. I must again point out the great convenience, especially in this class of work, of the extra length of tubing, which allows you, while holding the release in one hand, to pose your models with the other, and then expose without the fatal loss of time that would be entailed by having to step back to the camera, or by giving the word to an assistant. A subject suggestive of a picture will often turn up when least expected, and at the time, impossible to take. I always make a note of these, and they come as a basis for future use and to be worked out at leisure. Thieves, page 79, was suggested by noting the fondness of 2 of my kittens for melon, amateur photographers by a group of kittens playing round some photo frames put out to print, and mischief, page 88, by a frolicsome kitten overturning a small bottle of ink and playing with the little black pool. Isochromatic plates should be used in all cases where there are mixed colors in the cat's furs, as in tortoiseshells, brown tabbies, etc. Mixtures of red, black, and yellow cannot be truly rendered with ordinary plates. The only extra precaution necessary in their use is absolute freedom from actinic light in the darkroom. Double ruby glass in the window, or, if artificial light is used, an extra thickness of red tissue paper round the developing lamp, will answer the purpose and make everything safe. With this little extra care, nice crisp negatives are obtained, while the relative value of the red, yellow, and black seen in our furry friends are well defined in the resulting picture. Cats used as models should, if possible, be in the pink of condition. The prettier the model, the more pleasant the picture. The best time to photograph a cat is about 1 hour after a light meal. Immediately after a meal, most cats want to wash and sleep. A hungry cat or kitten makes the worst of sitters. Its thoughts are too much turned towards the inner man. Never overtax your cats. Give them plenty of rest during a sitting, and never lose your temper and attempt by force to secure a pose. It only frightens the cats, and can never result in satisfactory work. Time and patience should always, in the end, achieve what you desire. Artistic photography having been for some years a pleasant and recreative hobby with me, I can assure my friends who keep cats for pleasure, and those who find pleasure in the camera, that by uniting the 2 hobbies they will discover a field of enjoyment and artistic possibilities which neither pursuit alone can afford. To all such, the preceding notes are offered as humble fingerposts, indicating, rather than assuring, the road to success. Lucy Clark. End of section 34. Read by Clark Essman. Colorado Springs, Colorado, January 14th, 2026.
Section from the left-hand column, number 35 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by S.J. Olds. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Rearing of Kittens. It may truly be said that the subject most interesting to cat fanciers is the successful rearing of kittens, and pages might be written on what to do and what not to do in order to bring up a family of kits in health and strength. Experience teaches us many things, and certainly during the number of years I have been breeding Persian kittens, I have had ample opportunity of judging what food suited the little mites best, and which was the surest method of bringing up a wholesome litter of kittens. I am sure that in the olden days there was less delicacy among Persian kittens than at this present time. With the advent of the first family, the anxieties of the novice begin. Perhaps a goodly sum has been risked in the purchase of a pedigree queen, or else with much carefulness and taking thought, a valuable kitten has been reared to happy matronhood. So far well. The trouble has been slight, but the account book shows all on the debit side. Now, as we gaze upon the tiny blind bobbing atoms over which the mother croons and purrs with pride, here is the investment that has to swell our credit column, and ignorance here spells loss. If a large number yearly are successfully raised, a still larger number sadly pass out, and might claim the baby's plaintive epitaph, "Since I am so quickly done for, I wonder what I was begun for." Neither does the comfortable law of the survival of the fittest seem to hold good here. At least nature and the exhibitor are at variance in their ideas of such, for always it is our choicest, our sure and certain champion, that slips our too eager grasp. Here is our experimental nest of champions. They are but 2 days old, and in this early stage of their existence, the less they are handled and examined and the mother interfered with, the better. Attend to 2 things, darkness and fresh air, and leave them alone till they introduce themselves of their own accord to your notice. Shift on to a clean nest the 2nd day after birth. It is safer not to do so before, as I have known a belated kitten arrive 24 hours after the rest of the family, and in the case of an excitable or inexperienced mother, she will by then be more composed, and can be coaxed out to feed while the change of the bed is being made. Hay, short and sweet, is the best bedding, much better than blankets or cushions. Many fanciers use boxes turned on their sides and curtained. These, while giving the necessary darkness, are not sufficiently ventilated, and the air in them cannot circulate freely, and becomes stuffy and foul. Vapors ascend, and the wood becomes unsanitary in a very short time. Bad eyes follow as a matter of course, and the anxious, worried novice wonders how they can possibly have taken cold when they have been so guarded from fresh air, and seals them up still more. If therefore a box is used, let there be holes for ventilation, or arrange for the covering to reach only partly over the top. In an outside cattery or attic or room, guard against too much light and any draught, but let in the outside air by keeping the window open during the day. If winter kittens are to be reared, heat the room to an average of 55 degrees and have the window open, taking precautions naturally against rain or snow beating in. When the kittens reach the age of 3 weeks, they will require some food beyond that provided by the mother, who, if nursing a large family, is perhaps showing signs of wear. It is when the process of weaning begins that trouble generally arises. I am inclined to put down the growing delicacy of Persian kittens to the injudicious feeding with solids at too early a period of their existence. I never used to allow my kittens meat until they were about 4 or 5 months old, and during the period of weaning from their mothers, it is most essential that all food given, such as melons, ridges, and bingers, should be made very thinly at first, so as not in any way to try the tender digestions of the little creatures. I believe that most of the ills that kittens' flesh is heir to proceed from indigestion. The tendency in fanciers is to overload the stomach of the wee kittens, forgetting that it is not the amount of food eaten that nourishes the tiny creatures, but the quantity they are able to digest, and this must necessarily be small for some weeks after they have learnt to feed themselves. Another mistake that is made is giving milk that is too rich. In large towns we generally get our milk watered for us, but in the country the milk is richer and needs mixing with warm water. It is not so important in the country as in London and other large towns to have the milk boiled, but it is at all times and in all places a wise precaution, in preference to risking the town dairy milk flavored with boracic and most deadly to the system of both kittens and babies. I advise a good brand of Swiss milk, such as Nestle's, being employed, or better still, plasmon powder, made to a jelly according to directions on packet, and 1 teaspoonful of this jelly thinned out with hot water and sweetened. Do not give raw meat till the teeth are fairly through, and they can bite sharply. Then give it scraped with a blunt knife, not cut. And remember that raw meat is 3 times as digestible and nourishing as cooked meat. 1 tiny meal of meat a day, a teaspoonful per kitten to begin with. Do not give them fish while under 3 months old. Rice is a very indigestible food for kittens, especially cold, but rice water strained from rice boiled to a pulp and given quite cold is useful in checking diarrhea. Melix is a most useful food for kittens of 10 weeks old and upwards, soaked for an hour or 2 in a little good gravy and given crumbly, not sloppy, and a little scraped raw meat mixed with it. For younger ones, a teaspoonful of red gravy from a cooked joint poured over some breadcrumbs proves an appetizing meal. Small meals at short intervals are infinitely better than heavy meals at long intervals, and if a young kitten is left for many hours till half famished, it will in all probability eat too much and suffer in consequence. From 4 to 10 weeks, 6 or 7 meals in the 24 hours are none too many. I am presuming that till that age they will be with their mother at night, which will do away with the necessity of providing food between 9 p.m., when the last meal should be given, and 8 a.m. Give always a light and warm meal for the breakfast. After 10 weeks, lessen to 5 meals. After 3 months, 4, and give 4 till 6 months old, when they may be fed as adults unless one should be delicate or has been through severe illness. The best test of a properly thriving kitten is its weight, and 1 pound for each month of age is a fair average, occasionally exceeded by very big-boned and robust kittens. For young growing kittens, a teaspoonful of lime water added to a saucer of any liquid is very advisable, as it strengthens the limbs and forms bones. If a kitten under a month or 6 weeks old is unfortunate enough to have a severe illness, whether epidemic or accidental, my advice is to chloroform it. At so tender an age, the constitution rarely recovers from the strain. Although this article has no intention of encroaching upon that treating specially of diseases, our aim and object being to rear such healthy, sturdy families of kittens that they shall never have any diseases, yet, en passant, it might not be amiss to remark what a valuable medicine for the first symptoms of distemper is pasida, a herbal medicine that can be obtained in both powder and pill form. The latter is to be preferred, as, the smell being very nasty, kittens rebel against it. Half of No. 1 size pill is sufficient for a kitten under 3 months, to be given fasting in the morning an hour before food for 3 mornings. It reduces fever and clears the system in a wonderful manner. The question of outdoor exercise must now be discussed. I speak of summer kittens only. Winter kittens, viz. Those born from November to February, are, I think, a mistake. Out of season, like forced green peas at Christmas, they have not had a good start in life. The damp and darkness of those months is very deterrent upon young life. Nature's plan of arranging for the new lives to come chiefly in the spring when days are lengthening and sunshine has power is the wisest. They grow with the days and have the summer to romp through and grow big and strong before the leaves fall. It is a mistaken policy, that of exposing to risks under the intention of hardening. We must remember that the Persian cat is an exotic, and that the present system of breeding for coat and show points does not tend to make the race hardier. On the contrary, probably the constitution is more delicate than in its native country, imported cats invariably boasting a vigor and hardihood that our pedigree specimens sadly lack. It is not cold that injures. Frost and snow can be borne by grown-up Persians with impunity and even enjoyment. It is the damp that kills, and upon consideration we shall see that this is largely a question of coat. Look at your English sleekly groomed puss as she comes leaping across some dewy field in the early morning, pressing through a thick, wet hedge. She gives herself a shake. Examine her fur. Not a dewdrop has adhered, hardly are her pads damp. Now pick up your Persian gentleman who has taken a slight hunting stroll through the same ground. His stomach fur is soaked, clinging like wet linen to him. His knickerbockers are disreputable, his frill clammy, and it will take him a good hour to get himself clean and respectable once more. The soft woolly undercoat of the Persian holds water like a sponge, where the close short coat of the British cat shakes it off as from duck's feathers. This is the true secret of the delicacy of the Persian. So, in rearing kittens, let your first care be, avoid damp. A sick kitten generally forgets its manners, however carefully it has been trained to the use of dry earth or sawdust box. It seems to feel too bad to care how it behaves, so due allowance must be made at that time. But in health, cleanly behavior must be insisted upon from the time they begin to trot about their nursery. Begin by placing a very shallow tray of nice, dry, fine earth in 1 or 2 corners that the kittens seem to have a predilection for. It may even be necessary to put them in all 4 corners for a little while to convince some obstinate or dullard member of the family. A cat's confidence is harder to win than a dog's, but once you have gained it, the animal will trust you implicitly and will bear pain or nasty dosing at your hands without resentment. I think kittens should be handled from early days. I do not advocate a valuable kitten being sent up to a human nursery to be hugged flat or carried head downwards by the 2 adoring occupants. But kittens should be thoroughly accustomed to human society and to being picked up, caressed, and handled. It will make their subsequent show career far less of a terror, and greatly augment their chances of success. And in the case of all male cats, Whether for stud or neuter, it is very convenient to train them to walk on a lead. Begin by using a light ribbon, and 2 kittens led together on separate leads will come more willingly than one. The first lessons in walks might terminate at the feeding dish, so that the kits would quickly associate this new form of exercise with something to eat. It sometimes happens that young kittens are too early bereft of maternal care from some cause or other. Mr. A. Ward of Manchester has invented an artificial foster mother. This consists of a glass vessel covered with flannel and having India rubber teats. This is filled with warm milk and water, and the kittens help themselves. It is only of comparatively recent date that any serious attention has been given to the successful breeding of Persian kittens. A demand has arisen for animals that approach perfection according to a recognized standard of points, and it may not be unprofitable to devote a few pages to the consideration of how these can be best obtained. Formerly, a long-haired cat was not much thought of unless he really deserved his name, but nowadays coat is rather at a discount on the show bench. Points, 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 color of eyes, color of coat, shape, expression, and whatnot. These are all considered first, and length and beauty of coat are rather apt to be overlooked. The amateur cat lover should provide himself with a female cat or kitten of fine health and luxuriant coat, and treat it precisely like any other well done by domestic pussy. Probably by the time she is 12 months old, she will have insisted on matrimony. This is worth a little consideration and trouble. But if the choice lies between a healthy, hardy, long-haired tom at large in your own neighborhood and a pedigreed prisoner at a distance, I should recommend the local monsieur. What you want is physique and a fine appearance, and you are more likely to get them in this way. Many owners of Persians have been quite content to rear saleable kittens of average merit and trust for their show reputation to fine animals bought from others. To encourage breeders, special prizes are offered at shows to those who win a first prize with a cat whose mother was in the exhibitor's possession at the time of the kitten's birth. They are very handsome trophies, and have to be won 4 times before becoming the property of the exhibitor. Over against the mistaken motto of haphazard, we must place the password of selection if we would become successful breeders. Selection, clever, thoughtful, painstaking selection, lies beneath all real success. I am not denying that excellent results are obtained occasionally by accident, but these happy flukes want following up if any permanent good is to be effected. Having a queen of a given color, you should, as a rule, mate her only with a cat of the same coloring, and be especially careful not to cross self-colors with tabbies. Now selection, as too often understood, means just this. A male cat makes a great sensation at a show and wins many prizes. He is the right color, therefore to him you will send your queen. What can be simpler? Why this fuss about the difficulty of breeding? But you are a novice, and know nothing of the value of the pedigree owned by the winning monsieur. It is not so much he himself as his inherited tendencies you have to consider, for assuredly they will reappear in his children. An old hand will tell you, yes, a grand head, but where he got it from is a miracle with such parents. Or, color, yes, first rate, but he was the only one clear from Sandy in the litter. Well, what can a bewildered novice do? Remember, you have to try to cap each of your queen's defects with a corresponding virtue in her mate. If she is snipey in face, make head a chief point. If she fails in color, lay great stress on color, and so on. My advice is, do not send her to a new star who has but just arisen in the sky of the cat world until you know a little more about your business. Mark your catalogue at shows. Study the cats and kittens whose points please you and who are filling the prize lists, and then notice their sire's name. When you find the same name repeated again and again, and always attached to animals of consistent merit, you will not do far wrong to choose the owner for your queen's mate. But after having exercised all possible care in the selection of a male cat, we must not expect the litter of kittens to be perfection. All breeders know that there is, as a rule, one kitten in each litter which far surpasses its fellows in beauty. Perhaps one will possess the type of head you so covet, but the color is inferior. Another has colors or markings to perfection, whilst the head is poor. Well then, they must be mated with an eye to remedying these defects, and a near relative possessing these strong points will be likely to prove the most successful cross. For in breeding, careful, cautious, and judicious is another secret of the successful breeder. But one word of caution to the novice. Never be persuaded to breed from an unhealthy animal, be his or her points what they may, and never allow your queens to mate when thoroughly debilitated and out of health. For this lies at the bottom of the difficulty experienced in carrying out the next point we have to consider, i.e., the successful rearing of kittens. If cat fanciers could learn this lesson, we should hear far less of infant mortality. For the ordinary mode of kitten rearing is essential to have proper outdoor quarters, and if possible, quarters isolated from each other. There is nothing more suitable than the portable houses so readily obtained, but these must be on a dry foundation. Sunshine, fresh air, and wholesome food are the essentials of a kitten nursery. Moreover, there must never be many young things kept together. Otherwise, some unlucky day you will find a sad-faced kitten looking down its nose, and in 2 or 3 days more your whole tribe will be down with distemper and your hopes for the year shattered. I know it sounds brutal, but I cannot refrain from saying that sentiment is the ruin of successful kitten rearing. Some tiny morsel develops a skin trouble, has chronic diarrhea, bad eyes or snuffles, and we tenderly nurse it for many weary weeks and perhaps save it. A victory? Yes, if the morsel were a gem of great value, one of the surprise babies in color or shape that now and again visit every cattery. It may have been worth paying the cost, for pay we shall have to, make no doubt of that. Your kitten nursery will never be quite so healthy again, and in spite of all precautions you will very probably carry sickness to your other stock. I would never breed from unhealthy animals, and I would at once destroy a very sick kitten of tender age. Lethal boxes rob the act of inhumanity, and you will probably have one little tombstone to erect instead of a dozen. One great feature of success is the boarding out system. Any woman really fond of cats who will take a kitten into the bosom of her family and rear it is a perfect boon. Of course, she must be well paid, but if she is successful, you can afford to be liberal. In these cases, it is better only to put out your choice specimens that you wish to attain some age before sale or to keep for stock. The others should be sold off at about 8 to 10 weeks old at moderate prices. Far more of the trouble with kittens comes from defective digestion than from any other cause, and I suspect we frequently overload their little interiors. When nature makes the small cat turn away from its dinner, we fall into a panic and pour beef essence down its throat. Probably a short fast was all that was required, and it is a mistake to force food until some hours have elapsed. In fact, healthy surroundings and common sense treatment are the main secrets of successful kitten rearing. End of section number 35.
Section from left-hand column 36 of the Book of Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carrie Robinson. The Book of Cat by Francis Simpson. Color breeding. Color breeding is a most fascinating pursuit, but, unfortunately, the average cat fancier lacks the patience to follow it out to a satisfactory conclusion. There is no doubt that by judicious crossbreeding, new colors could be produced, and I think that they will be produced in time. I have seen a chocolate brown cat and a yellow cat with black stripes, and no doubt they will appear again. Also, chestnut brown cats and white cats striped with black may be bred. The point which I wish to discuss on this occasion is not so much the experimental cross as the cross which is desirable to improve existing colors. I do not consider that a white cat should be crossed with any other color. There is no advantage to be gained in this case by crossing, as we already have white cats, good in bone, substance, head shape, etc., and no other color of cat possesses blue eyes. I do not for a moment suggest that good white cats have not been bred from colored parents, but this is unnecessary and undesirable, because there is a risk of introducing colored patches and smudges and yellow or green eyes, and there is no corresponding advantage to be gained. In some way, I do not consider that this is a good thing to breed from white cats with yellow or odd eyes. Blue-eyed kittens have been bred from 2 yellow-eyed parents, and frequently, when one parent has yellow or odd eyes, the kittens are all blue-eyed. This can in no way be depended on. Black cats are a little more difficult to handle than whites, because a white is necessarily white, while there is sometimes a diversity of opinion where a black is concerned. The most important point to keep before us in black breeding is the color of eyes. Whatever we cross with, we must be careful that we do not lose the orange eyes, for they are most elusive, and we are therefore somewhat limited in our selection of suitable crosses. A smoky or dirty black is an abomination, and for this reason I consider that from the point of view of the black cat, All crosses with blues, smokes, or silvers should be avoided. In any case, a good silver would be impossible because of its green eyes. A rusty black is undesirable, but a rusty kitten usually makes a better colored cat than a smoky one. Though there are notable exceptions to this rule, a good orange-eyed tortoiseshell or red tabby or an orange are all suitable mates for a black. A curious thing I have noticed is that the best blacks are bred from bright, clear-colored cats, and that dull colors such as smokes, blues, and fawns do not, as a rule, produce good-colored kittens. For this reason, I should prefer blacks bred from an orange-eyed silver tabby to those bred from a dark brown tabby. On the whole, a brightly colored tortoiseshell will be found to throw the best blacks. Of the crossing of blues with any other color, I do not approve, because we have many different blue strains, among which can be found at all different points which are desired. Comparisons are odious. But if I refer to the Bath Show of 1903, I can explain what I mean. Skillingthorpe Patrick is a beautiful cat in all points except eyes, but Don Carlos and several other blue males in the class had glorious orange eyes. I have often heard that the crossing of a blue with a white will produce very pale blue kittens. I have not found this to be so, and it seems unlikely, for mate a black cat with a white one as often as you like, and you may wait a lifetime before they breed a blue kitten. Therefore, why should a dark blue and a white produce a pale blue kitten? Sometimes crossing with a black is recommended to get the orange eyes, but it must be remarked that the proportion of black cats with good orange eyes is quite as low as that of blues. When this cross is resorted to, let the black parent be the male, as otherwise the kittens may very likely be all black. It is the misfortune of the smoked cat that it has been indiscriminately and unintelligently crossed with the black and the silver tabby, and, worst of all, with the blue. Strangely enough, there seems to be some close affinity between the smoke and the silver tabby, and it should be our object, as far as possible, to keep them apart. To this connection is attributable the prevalence of green eyes and leg and face markings among smoked cats. In crossing smokes, there are many difficulties to contend with. We must keep the light undercoat, but avoid markings. We must have the black face and legs and retain the light frill, and we must have orange eyes. All crosses with tabby must be avoided, or we shall never get rid of face pencilings. But judicious crosses of black, blue, or, best of all, chinchilla may be of service. A black cross is better than blue because though either endangers the undercoat, it will intensify the black mask and legs. The one advantage of blue cross is that it will, sooner than any other, help to eliminate markings. But the blue kittens from such a cross must be sternly rejected, as their color will never be satisfactory. The chinchilla is the best cross for the smoke, so far as color is concerned, and an orange-eyed chinchilla should be of service for breeding smokes with light frills and good undercoats. A cross of chinchilla may, with advantage, follow a black cross. We now get to the subject of chinchilla breeding. It is a matter of common knowledge that chinchillas were produced as the result of careful inbreeding, and, therefore, until the breed is more firmly established, any sudden outcross is likely to cause a reversion to the barred ancestors. The idea, then, is to cross with whatever is least likely to introduce stripes, i.e., a self-colored cat, or preferably a shaded one. Of course, any tinge of red or brown is to be avoided, and, therefore, the only shaded cat left to us is the smoke, and a green-eyed smoke is certainly the safest cross we can get, as it is sufficiently akin to the chinchilla to obviate the risk of violent outcross. The black is, I think, the next best cross, for it is just possible that the colors may not interfere with one another, and that we shall get pure black and clear silver kittens. Of course, a green-eyed black must be used. Third on the list comes the white, but this cross makes for absence of markings, and therefore demands great caution, as therefore the black noses and eyelids, which add so much to the charm of a chinchilla, may be lost, and the result be merely a dingy, dirty white cat. This animal, though not particularly attractive in itself, is, I need hardly say, invaluable for crossing, again, with a clear-colored chinchilla, a black, or even a blue. A blue cross is, as a rule, rather objectionable, because it seems to produce a muddy, dull color, but there is no doubt that it may occasionally be resorted to with success. I should suggest that the blue parent, a green-eyed one of course, should be the sire, as when the reverse is the case, the kittens are frequently blue tabby. I do not think any colors besides those I have mentioned should be crossed with chinchillas, though I must confess that chinchilla kittens occasionally turn up most unexpectedly. I recollect a very pale one appearing in a litter whose sire was a brown tabby and cream parentage, and whose dam was a pale blue bred from a blue and blue tabby. There may have been silver tabby blood in the strain, but certainly no chinchilla. For all this, I do not recommend a cream or tortoiseshell cross, as the chances are all against the kittens being any good, and it is laying up a store of disappointments in the next generation. We have all possessed cats which, though beautiful in themselves, never threw a kitten worth keeping. I had a little cat myself, bred from 2 chinchilla parents. The dam was a well-known winner, and her ancestry was, I knew, irreproachable, and the sires appeared to be equally so, though I was told afterwards that he often sired brown tabby kittens. But my queen, herself, prize winner, no matter how she was mated, invariably threw brown tabby kittens. We now come to the very fascinating subject of tabbies, and I may as well say at once that any amount of crossing is for the present desirable and even necessary, but it must be done systematically and under the careful and experienced eye. Let him keep before his mind the fact that if 2 distinct black stripes run the whole length of a spine, and if the chest markings are good, there is not likely to be much wrong with his cat's other markings. In the brown tabby, the markings have become too heavy. They have run together and spread into a heavy black saddle, while the ground color has lost warmth and white chins are prevalent. With the sable cat, be it understood, I have no fault to find. I can forgive him even his white chin, because he is such a magnificent animal. But he is not a tabby, and should not be shown as such. In the brown tabby, we want dense black markings on a clear golden brown ground. The black is there right enough, but it wants breaking up. A cross of strongly marked red tabby is the thing. Not a self-orange, mind you. That would only make things worse. The best colored red, with a dark chin that can be found. When the markings want intensifying, as may be the case after the red cross, we must mate with a black, but I do not think this will be necessary, as brown tabbies rarely wash out as silvers do. It is curious to note that many years ago, I bred quantities of beautifully marked silver tabbies and brown tabbies from a brown tabby sire and a sandy silver tabby dam, both of unknown pedigree. The silvers were clear and pure in color, with capital black markings, and the browns had good rich coloring. This is a cross I should certainly hesitate to recommend, but there are possibilities concealed therein, and it is worth on occasional experiment with the sole object of rescuing the degenerate tabby markings. It is a curious fact that while the tabby is supposed to be the common ancestor of all our cats, the tabby markings should be most difficult point to retain in the pedigree cat. A brown tabby cat with good colored chin should always be retained to breed from, even if it fails in some other points. It is, I know, the general opinion that the craze for chinchillas has ruined the silver tabby, but I do not feel convinced that this is so. I am of the opinion that the constant breeding of silver tabby to silver tabby is eventually result in the production of poorly marked cats. Let me give an example. Felix Modesford was a very heavily barred son of Champion Felix, and Pats was also heavily barred and bred from silver tabbies. Two of their kittens were Silver Midget. My fairy, Midget, was a prettily marked silver tabby, but much lighter than her parents, and showed a strong tendency to throw unmarked kittens. Fairy was certainly a silver tabby, but her markings were entirely on the surface, and as she grew older, faded away until she was more shaded than barred. Mated with a blue, she produced 4 chinchilla kittens, mated with Lord Southam. There were 2 well-marked silver tabbies and 2 chinchillas. This litter included Dimity and Abbess of Broomholm, mated with Silver Lambkin. There was 1 chinchilla kitten, Fitz Eustace, and the rest were silver tabbies by Tuan, a much more marked cat. The kittens were all chinchillas. Tuan, I may mention, was a distant cousin of Fairy. By Silver Luster, there were 2 chinchillas and 2 silver tabbies. I then parted with her, and she afterwards had, by Silver Chieftain, a litter of silver tabbies and chinchillas, including Silver Tangle and Silver Sprite. After that date, I have no record of her doings, but it can be seen that she certainly showed an inclination on her own account towards chinchilla kittens, and this, I take it, was a result of the continued mating together with silver tabby cats. I do not consider any other cross than black is admissible in a silver tabby strain, but the introduction of black blood is necessary from time to time if markings are to be retained. I go so far as to say that a cross of green-eyed black in every 3rd generation would be a wise precaution. The red tabby, the orange, and the tortoiseshell are rather hopelessly mixed up at present. The self-orange, so-called, did not exist a few years ago, but of late a premium has been put on the absence of marking, and a lot of cats with self-colored or shaded bodies and striped faces appear in the orange classes and win all the prizes. I have no fault to find with this shade of color of these cats. They are a beautiful bright clear orange, but if they are to be self-colored, the face markings must go. Crossings with blue gets over this difficulty, but we immediately lose brightness of color and get dull yellows and fawns. Tortoiseshell is a safe cross, but the ancestry of the tortoiseshell must be carefully inquired into, and one bred from black and tortoiseshell is best, or we can go direct to the black. Tabby cats or any other blue or gray color should be avoided in this connection. Clear pale yellow creams may be bred from oranges and tortoiseshells, but these must not be confounded with the fawn-colored cats, often called creams, which are more common and easy to breed. Though creams and fawns occasionally appear in the same litters, this is generally the fault of their ancestors, and can be accounted for if the pedigree is known on both sides. As a matter of fact, I have never seen one of these clear yellow creams which was not descended, however remotely, from Mrs. Kinchant's strain. Examples of this color, are Cupid, Bassanio, Zoroaster, Dairymaid, Mistletoe, and a few of their descendants. To breed fawn cream is comparatively a simple matter, as a cross of blue and orange will almost invariably produce some fawn kittens, especially if the dam is blue. When the dam is orange or tortoiseshell, there will often be a number of blue tortoiseshell kittens, which are valueless. Some people like them to be bred fawn creams, but I have never found them more useful from this purpose than a correctly colored tortoiseshell. Tortoiseshells are entirely neglected by fanciers nowadays, and are only used as a stepping stone to more fashionable colors. There is no doubt that a tortoiseshell can be got to breed anything. I knew a queen which bred magnificent blacks, blues, creams, oranges, fawns, and smokes, whether mated to a blue, a cream, or a smoke, and I believe she also threw chinchilla kittens to a chinchilla sire. To breed tortoiseshells for the show pen, we must not indulge in any haphazard matings. The fault of the tortoiseshell is, as a rule, not that red and yellow has run all over the black, and instead of having a clear patchwork of red, yellow, and black, we have a blur containing a preponderance of yellow. The obvious remedy is our old friend the black, and the best tortoiseshells are bred from blacks, and a black and a red tabby or orange will generally throw some good tortoiseshells. To produce tortoiseshell and whites, cross a tortoiseshell with a black and a white rather than a white. But avoid red tabby, as a tortoiseshell and white cat frequently shows tabby markings for this breeding. The red tabby has nearly died out among long-haired cats, though it flourishes in the short-haired variety. But by crossing a brown tabby with an orange, it might be revived. No doubt, there would be a few mismarked kittens in the litter, but the chances would be in favor of a good red tabby, and the color could then be preserved by crossing with black and tortoiseshell only. Of course, it is no use trying experiments and crossbreeding in the hope of obtaining definite results unless we are satisfied as to the pedigree of the cats employed for at least 2 generations, or all our calculations may be upset. For example, when breeding for chinchillas, if we used a black bred from a brown tabby mother, the results would be disastrous. A point to be carefully noted in crossbreeding is to select a cat with eyes of a color desired in the breed, which he is destined to improve. Whether those eyes would be correct in his own family or not, this suggests a use for our rejected green-eyed blues and blacks and our orange-eyed silvers. My notes, as may be observed, are on the subject of long-haired cats, but they will be found equally applicable to short hairs. Hester Cochrane. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. The Place of the Cat in Nature. Chapter 32. The Cat's Place in Nature. Its Ancestry, Classification, Structure, and Distribution. At a very remote period in the history of animal life, when the struggle for existence was rife, the carnivorous and predaceous animals, to which the existing cat belongs, occupied a position in the scale of creation as important as the one they hold today. We find locked up in the rocks of the Tertiary and recent Pleistocene formations the bones and teeth of these ancient cats, along with those of the animals upon which they lived. These ancestors of our cat had a tolerably wide geographical distribution, and they apparently differed considerably in size, as do the different members of the existing cat family. The crested cat, cristata, was probably as large as a tiger. More recent remains having a closer affinity to existing cats are found plentifully in caves and in the deeper beds of rivers and lakes almost all over the British Islands. Probably the most remarkable of these extinct cat-like creatures is the Macurotus, the skulls of which, with portions of its skeleton, associated with the bones of other animals, have been found in the cave deposits in Brazil, North and South America, India, Persia, many parts of Europe, as well as in the British Islands, viz. Kent's Cavern, Creswell Bone Caves, and other places. The skull, which is very typical and cat-like in form, is remarkable for the extraordinary development of the upper canine teeth, which in some species exceeds 7 inches in length. The Macurotus was about the size of a lion. The ancestors of our cat were certainly more specialized in parts of their organization. The nearer we approach the recent forms, a greater uniformity in structure prevails, until we get in the existing cat-like group, Felis, probably the most consolidated and uniform of all the generic Mammalia. Family characteristics. Under the generic title of Felis are included over 51 distinct species, of which the lion, tiger, leopard, puma, and our common domesticated cat may be taken as representative. They inhabit every region on the Earth's surface, except the extreme northern latitudes, and vary in size from the tiger and lion to the little red-spotted cat of India, which does not exceed 15 or 16 inches in length. But it is, as already indicated, very uniform in order as regards structural points. All have well-developed retractile claws, the only exception being the cheetah, whose claws are only partially retractile. All have 5 toes on the forefeet and 4 on the hind feet. All the teeth are cusped or pointed and specialized for flesh-eating, as well as for aggressive purposes. The incisors in front of the upper and lower jaws are small, the 4 canines well grown and long, with a cutting edge on the inner side. The molars, or cheek teeth, have 1 to 5 cusps, points, or lobes. All the members of the family are digitigrade, i.e. use only the extremity of the toes in walking. The tympanic bulla, or ear bone, is large and prominent. The general form of the skull is rounded and broad across the orbits, or eye sockets. The latter are, with 2 exceptions, open or incomplete behind. The clavicle, or collarbone, is reduced to a short, curved, splint-like bone. In many species, it is absent. The stomach is always simple, intestines relatively short, tongue covered with minute spines. In many species, the pupil of the eye contracts in one direction only, thus giving it a linear and upright form. The majority of the species are nocturnal. The habits of the genus are very diverse. The lion apparently prefers the drier, sandy areas covered with short, scrubby vegetation. Others prefer the dense forests and live much in the trees. Many species are found at considerable altitudes, the snow leopard being found at 18,000 feet. All the members of the group can swim, and several species, i.e. the fishing cat of India and southern China, are adepts at catching fish, but immersion is invariably avoided. The colors of the different members of the genus Felis vary considerably. It may be a uniform tawny, pale brown, or a gray, as in the lion, puma, era. The tiger is striped transversely. The ocelot has bands or rows of more or less fused spots. The serval and several other species have solid black spots. The leopard, clusters of spots, forming a kind of star. The jaguar has the spots arranged in an open ring. In the clouded leopard of southern India, the markings are composed of irregular groups of lines and spots merging into the ground color of the animal's coat. A black variety of the common leopard is occasionally found in a wild state. Albinos, or white forms, are extremely rare in nature, though quite common in the domesticated cat. General structure of the cat. The natural food of all the cat tribe in a state of nature is carnivorous, and the whole organization of the group is specialized and adapted for aggressive or, if need be, defensive purposes. The body is compressed laterally and has a considerable amount of flexibility in it as a whole. The bony framework, or skeleton, is light and, for the purpose of an elementary description, is readily divisible into three parts, viz. 1. The skull, 2. The axial skeleton comprising the bones of the neck, thorax, loins, and tail, 3. The appendicular skeleton or limbs. The skull is short, rounded, and broad across the orbits or eye sockets, which are large in proportion to the skull. The posterior rim of the orbit is, with 3 exceptions out of the 51 species, viz. The fishing cat, Bovarina, the rusty spotted cat, Rubiginosa, and the flat-headed cat, Planiceps, incomplete or open. The teeth of the fully adult cat should be 30 in number, 16 in the upper jaw and 14 in the lower. They are divided by the comparative anatomist into 3 sets or groups, viz. Incisors, canines, premolars, and molars, their number and position being concisely expressed by a dental formula thus: I, 3/3, C, 1/1, PM, 2/3, M, 1/1. The 6 incisors in the upper and lower jaw are small, simple pointed teeth with a simple fang or root. Then we have a long canine or flesh tooth, CC, the most important functional tooth the cat has, for with it and its fellow, the living, struggling prey is seized, retained, and killed. In the upper jaw, immediately after the canine, are 3 premolars, PM. These are the second or permanent series and succeed the kitten's milk teeth. The first one is very small and has only a single cusp. The second is larger and has 2 cusps. The third is the largest and is sometimes called the sectorial tooth. It has 3 pointed cusps and 3 fangs or roots. Immediately behind it and placed somewhat transversely is the single true molar. It is a small tooth of obtuse form and indefinitely cusped. It has no predecessor in the kitten's milk set. In the lower jaw, immediately after the canine tooth, there are only 2 premolars, PM, in the permanent set which have predecessors. The last tooth, M, being the only true molar and having no predecessor in the milk set. Occasionally, in the lower jaw there is a small premolar corresponding to the first premolar of the upper jaw. In the kitten, from about 6 or 7 weeks to about 5 months old, there are only 26 teeth, the number and form being very similar to the adult set. The 2 permanent molars in the upper and lower jaw are absent. The axial skeleton consists of the bones forming the neck, thorax, loins, and tail. The neck is relatively short and consists of 7 bones, a number almost constant throughout the animal kingdom. The giraffe, the hippopotamus, and the whale having the same number. Succeeding these are the dorsal or thoracic vertebrae, 13 in number, each one supporting 2 ribs, one on each side. Then follow the 7 vertebrae composing the lumbar region. They are stout, thick bones with long transverse processes for the attachment of certain muscles supporting the body cavity, etc. No ribs are attached to these bones. Immediately behind are 3 smaller bones forming the sacrum, to which the pelvis or hip bones are articulated. The terminal bones of the axial skeleton are the tail or caudal and vary from 19 to 21. The ribs, 13 on each side, are extremely light, elastic, and slender. 9 of these on each side join the sternum or breastbone directly and are called true ribs. The remainder are free and terminate in cartilaginous points, which are adherent to the true rib terminations for support. The sternum, or breastbone, consists of 8 bones, from each joint of which springs a rib-like costal cartilage, to which the true ribs are articulated. The cat's collarbone, or clavicle, is very short and rudimentary. It has a slight attachment to the acromion process of the scapula, the other end terminating in the muscles of the chest. It is often absent. The appendicular skeleton includes the fore and hind limbs. The forelimb in the cat, as in the majority of mammals, is a subtriangular flat bone, with a ridge on the outer side for the attachment of certain muscles moving the leg. In a small hollow on the posterior, or lower border, is articulated the head of the humerus, or arm bone. Its lower, or distal end is expanded, and receives the end of the ulna, which, with the radius, forms the bones of the forearm. The wrist, or carpal bones, include 7 small bones, the upper row being attached to the radius, the lower row to the 5 phalanges of the toes. To these latter are articulated the bones of the digits, or fingers. The terminal bones of the cat's foot are encased by powerful hooked claws. When at rest, the claw is brought to the outer side of the middle phalanx by the elastic ligament, the flexor tendons being relaxed. When the cat is on the point of seizing its prey, the greater power of the flexor tendons stretches the weaker elastic ligament. The claw is brought down, and so a powerful grip is obtained. The undersurface of the cat's fore and hind feet is protected by certain hardened pads of subcutaneous and fibrous tissue, viz., the plantar pad, giving chief support to the leg, and the digital pads protecting the claws, etc. These pads are, of course, of additional use in aiding the cat's noiseless and stealthy progression. The cat's hind limb is articulated by a ball and socket joint to the hip bone, or pelvis, which is again firmly united to the 3 bones forming the sacrum. The thigh bone, or femur, sustains the whole body and has many powerful muscles attached to it concerned in the springing movements so characteristic of the animal. To its lower end is articulated the principal bone of the lower leg, the tibia. At the union of these 2 bones on the anterior side is the kneecap, or patella. On the outer aspect of the tibia is a slender bone, the fibula, its outer end being attached to a prominence on the tibia, the lower end to one of the large bones, the astragalus, which form the tarsus of the foot. The tarsal bones consist of 7 bones, the largest of which is the os calcis, or heel bone, to which powerful muscles are attached. Succeeding the tarsal bones are the 4 bones forming the metatarsal bones, the 5th, or inner toe, being absent, though often present in the dog. To these are attached the phalanges of the toes, with the claws, etc., similar to the forefoot. A better idea of the superficial muscles of the cat is obtained from an examination of the plate than by any technical description. It will be seen that for its size, the cat's muscles are well developed. Its kin, the lion and tiger, are known for their prodigious strength in bearing away young oxen, deer, antelopes, etc., upon which they live, as well as for their leaping powers and agility and courage. Although the cat's muscles are identical with those of its more powerful relatives, it lives too much in the lap of luxury for them to attain a proportionate development. A well-known writer has estimated that there are 500 muscles concerned in the movements of the cat's body. The cavity of the cat's body is separated into 2 unequal compartments by a muscular partition called the midriff, or diaphragm. In the anterior or foremost cavity are the 2 lungs and the heart and its blood vessels. In the larger or most posterior compartment is the stomach, intestines, liver, kidneys, etc. Without a considerable number of diagrams, it is difficult to convey in a popular manner some peculiarities of these internal organs. The cat's tongue is, however, very characteristic of the order and is easily observed. It is supplied with the usual glands common to all mammals, viz., tonsils, flattened soft papillae, 4 circumvallate papillae, conical papillae, and the more minute fungiform papillae. The peculiarity of the cat's tongue is that the conical papillae are specialized into horny processes or hooks, and are of value not only in assisting to clear the flesh from bones, but are of undoubted use in cleaning the animal's fur. The cat also has the parotid, sublingual, and other glands concerned in the preparation of the food for primary digestion. The cat's liver is mainly on its right side. It is divided into several lobes, which give it a complicated appearance as compared with the simpler livers of other animals. The gallbladder is present in the usual position. The cat's heart is somewhat small for the size of the animal, and is not so pointed at its apex as in other animals. The veins entering the heart, and the branching of the arteries leaving it, are nearly identical with those of closely allied animals. The time required for the complete circulation of the blood throughout the body of the cat is 14 to 16 seconds. The pulse, each beat of which corresponds to one contraction of the left ventricle of the heart, may easily be felt on the inner side of the forepaw, about an inch above the prominence of the radius. It may also be felt at the same place as the horse's pulse, on the inner side of the lower jaw. There are 2 other situations on the cat's body where it may be felt, but to find the exact point requires some intimate anatomical knowledge. The temperature, or normal heat, of the body of the cat is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It may, however, be slightly above or below this. The brain of the cat, following the general structure of the higher mammals, is divided into very similar areas or divisions. The larger, or more anterior portion is called the cerebrum, and is divided into right and left hemispheres. Its surface is divided into convolutions, or gyri, by certain shallow fissures which have received specific names. Very intimately attached to the undersurface of this part of the brain are the olfactory lobes, in which are situated certain nerves concerned in the sense of smell. The hinder and smaller part of the brain is called the cerebellum, and is much darker in color than the cerebrum. Its surface is made up of numerous small foldings of its substance, which, on section, look like the branches of a small tree. These branches finally fuse and terminate on the underside of the base of the brain. Intimately associated in a most complex manner with the cerebrum and cerebellum is the medulla oblongata, an enlarged part of the spinal cord. The brain of the cat, it may be remarked, is not nearly so highly organized as that of the dog. In all the higher mammals, the eye can accommodate itself to the varying influence of light. This is mainly done by means of the central black part, or pupil. The pupil is merely a hole in the iris, or colored part of the eyeball, and it is, by its contraction or expansion, that the exact amount of light necessary is admitted to act upon the sensitive retina at the back of the eye. The form of the pupil varies considerably in different animals. In the cat's eye, during bright sunshine, it is reduced to a thin vertical line. At dusk, it expands to a nearly circular form. This vertical reduction is by no means common to the entire cat family. In very many species, the pupil retains a rounded form even when contracted to its minimum. On the inner angle of the cat's eye, there is a curious semi-transparent fold of skin, called by naturalists the plica semilunaris, or nictating membrane. In reptiles and birds, this is a very important factor in the preservation of the eye from external injuries, and it acts also as a regulator of the admission of light. It is well developed in nocturnal reptiles and birds, and as the cat's ancestors were doubtless more nocturnal than they are now, it probably was in active use. It is, however, useless now, the cat having no control over it. It is one of many interesting vestigial structures the cat carries about with it of its former ancestry from a lower organized animal. The distribution of the cat family. Long continued and systematic study of the habits of living animals has led to the division of the surface of the world into specific areas, called zoogeographical regions, of which there are 6, viz. 1. Palearctic region, 2. Ethiopian or African region, 3. Oriental or Indian region, 4. Australian region, 5. Nearctic or North American region, and 6. Neotropical or South American region. The cats of the Old World and of the New World are, with the exception of the debatable northern lynx, specifically distinct. No native cats exist in Australia. The Palearctic region comprises the whole of Europe, part of North Africa, and extends eastward to Kamchatka and includes the islands of Japan. There are about 21 known species of the cat family inhabiting this extensive area, the best known being the tiger, which is found in Mongolia, the common leopard, widely distributed in southern Siberia, the snow leopard, wild cats, the lynx, and many others. The Ethiopian or African region includes the whole of the continent of Africa up to the Tropic of Cancer and the greater part of Arabia and Madagascar. About 9 species are known to inhabit this region. The best known are the lion, leopard, serval, Egyptian cat, caracal lynx, and cheetah. The Oriental or Indian region includes a strip of southern Persia, the whole of India, China and the Malay Peninsula, Borneo, and other islands of the East Indian archipelago. There are about 16 species inhabiting this region. The best known examples of the cat family here are the lion, inhabiting the southern portions of Persia, tiger, leopard, cheetah, clouded leopard, and a great variety of the smaller species. The Nearctic or North American region includes Greenland and the whole of the continent of North America down to Mexico City and Veracruz. There are only 7 indigenous species of the cat family, the best known being the puma, which also extends into the Neotropical region, the northern, and the bay lynx. The Neotropical or South American region extends from Veracruz in Central America through the whole of South America to Patagonia. About 13 well-marked species of the cat family inhabit this region. The better-known species are the puma, jaguar, ocelot, margay, pampas cat, and the curious ara. Robert Holding. End of section 37. Read by Clark Essman, Colorado Springs, Colorado, September 5th, 2025.
Section 38 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. The Diseases of Cats and Their Treatment by Henry Gray, M.R.C.V.S. In the treatment of the diseases of the cat, the correct method of administering whatever medicaments are deemed necessary is a most important consideration. To the uninitiated and timid, the task is generally a difficult one and may, in some cases, appear almost impossible. But with a little practice, aided by courage and determination, the difficulties can nearly always be overcome. The administration of medicine, however, is seldom so easy in the case of the cat as in that of the dog. Some cats are so gentle that the mouth can easily be opened by means of the index finger and thumb of the left hand acting as a wedge between the jaws. The palm of the hand rests on the top of the head, while the finger and thumb gently but firmly press the cheeks at the angle of the jaws inwards until they intervene between the finger and thumb of the operator and the posterior teeth of the patient. The jaws being thus kept open and the head at the same time raised, the right hand of the operator drops the pill or powder at the back of the mouth between the tongue and palate. This having been accomplished, the right hand is passed under the lower jaw so as to keep the head raised until the animal swallows, while the left hand is withdrawn from its previous position and the jaws allowed to close, thus facilitating the act of swallowing. For the administration of liquid medicine, it is not necessary to open the mouth. The operator grasps the head with his left hand, and taking the spoon in his right, he slowly and carefully drops the liquid between the teeth, or into the space between the cheek and the teeth, at the angle of the mouth. For the cat, a coffee spoon is preferable to a teaspoon, and care must be taken that too much is not poured into the mouth at once. The dose should be administered drop by drop and time allowed for swallowing. Diseases of the stomach. Vomiting, though a symptom common to many diseases, may be quite natural in some instances, such as overfeeding or during the weaning period, when the mother cat eats a lot of animal food and then brings it home and vomits it up for her young kittens to feed upon. The act consists of ejecting the contents of the stomach up through the gullet and then out of the mouth. The causes of vomition are various: worms traveling from the bowel into the stomach, emetics, expectorants, poisons, foreign bodies as hair, cork, pins, etc., bad or altered food, blood poisoning, distemper, gastritis, tumors, tuberculosis, jaundice, diseases of the kidneys, etc. may produce it. It may also occur from parasites in the ear, foreign bodies in the mouth, and as a symptom of brain disease such as meningitis. Treatment. This depends upon the cause, which should be removed if possible. When due to foreign bodies or altered food, an emetic, especially the hypodermic injection of 1/40th to 1/20th grain of amphomorphine hydrochloride, would most likely remove the source of trouble. If the foreign body cannot be removed by simple means, an operation may be deemed necessary. If due to inflammation of the stomach, bismuth and aerated soda water are of great value. Ice and cocaine or chlortone are occasionally useful when these have failed. Sometimes it is necessary to wash the stomach out with mild antiseptics. Of nervous origin, a hypodermic injection of 1/12th to 1/8th grain of morphine, or 5 minimum doses of tincture of opium or bromide of potassium given by the mouth may prove successful. When resulting from tumors or tuberculosis, humanity dictates that the lethal chamber should be called into requisition and the animal put out of its misery. Easily assimilable and non-irritating food only should be given for a few days. Aerated soda water forms the best drinking fluid. Gastritis, or inflammation of the stomach, is sometimes called gastric fever, and when of a mild type, gastric catarrh. Its causes are variable. It may be due to altered or decomposed food, distemper, microbes of various kinds, large doses of emetics or aperients, mineral poisons, chills, absorption of dressing applied to the skin, or licking the same off. It is also caused by worms, especially the broad-necked tapeworm, Tania crassicolis, traveling into the stomach and setting up irritation. Again, diseases of the uterus, liver, kidneys, and other organs give rise to gastritis. It frequently rages as an epizootic, causing considerable mortality in some catteries, especially after cat shows. Symptoms. The disease is ushered in by sudden vomiting of the food, followed by the repeated rejection of ropey mucus, and then, if the case is severe, this is succeeded by a thin, clear, greenish-yellow or bloody fluid. Saliva flows from the mouth. The thirst is great, especially for cold water, which is generally expelled almost as soon as taken. There is a distressed appearance, restlessness, or a frequent shifting of the posture. As a rule, the animal prefers to lie on its belly full length with its limbs resting on cold objects. Pressure on the region of the stomach causes moaning and sometimes vomiting. After the lapse of some time, when a fatal termination is advancing, the eyes appear sunken, the pupils become dilated, the expression is sad, the animal becomes cold and indifferent to its surroundings. The mouth gives off an offensive odor, and the coat is dull, open, and lusterless. The animal dies either in comatose state or from sudden failure of the heart during a fit of vomiting. Treatment. If recognized early, an emetic is sometimes very useful in cutting short the complaint. No food or ordinary water should be allowed until 24 to 48 hours have elapsed since the last vomiting, but a teaspoonful of Brand's essence of beef jelly and 2 to 4 teaspoonfuls of aerated water should be given every 4 hours. Bismuth subnitrate or carbonate in 5-grain doses may be shaken on the tongue an hour before these two latter are administered. If this means of treatment should prove ineffectual after 24 hours, one may conclude that the disease is of a severe type, and in this case 1 to 5 minimums of the liquid extract of opium in a little mucilage or chloratone, 1/2 to 2.5 grains, should be given every 3 hours. Feeding by means of rectal suppositories or injection of an ounce of milk containing a little common salt may be attempted. Finally, if this fail, washing out the stomach with borax or boracic acid or chinosol and warm water, and a hypodermic injection of bullock's or sheep's serum might be tried. In gastric inflammation due to infection, the hypodermic injection of quinine hydrochloride or trichloride of iodine will sometimes answer when everything else has failed. Cocaine and orthoform have no advantage over opiates, especially the denarcotized preparations, in soothing the stomach. Ice in small pieces pushed down the throat sometimes answers in assuaging the thirst when the soda water does not. In the chronic form, doses of 1/8 to 1/2 grain of calomel or mercury with chalk given with bismuth 3 times a day are beneficial in many instances. Enteritis, or inflammation of the intestines or bowels, frequently coexists with gastritis, and then the disease takes on the term of gastroenteritis. The causes, like those of gastritis, are various. It may be due to infection, bad food, drugs, foreign bodies, chills, distemper, intussusception, or irritating enemas, etc. There also seems to be a special contagion type of this disease which frequently causes great mortality in catteries, especially with kittens. Generally, the small intestine forms the seat of the disease, which may in rare cases, however, extend the whole length of the bowel, which is sometimes lined with a croupi or diphtheritic membrane. The symptoms are restlessness, great pain, frequent crying or moaning, offensive and profuse and frequent diarrhea. The dejections varying in color and consistence, and frequently containing blood, and sometimes vomiting, especially when the stomach is implicated. Thirst is intense, food is refused, the animal is cold, haggard, and depressed. Its fur is dull, open, and lusterless, and becomes soiled, giving off an abominable odor. When the abdomen is manipulated, the animal cries or moans from the pain caused. If the pupils are dilated and the expression has an anxious appearance, and emaciation is rapid, a fatal termination may be anticipated. The treatment varies according to the cause. If the case is seen in the early stage, a tea to a dessert spoonful of castor oil containing 1 to 2.5 minims of liquid extract of opium may be given at once to clear out any irritating materials from the bowels and also to allay pain and irritation, or morphine in 1/15 to 1/12 grain doses may be injected under the skin every 4 hours. Bismuth salicylate in 5-grain doses should be dropped on the tongue about the same time. Starch enemas containing liquid extract of opium may also be administered. Boiled milk containing bicarbonate of soda should be given in small and repeated quantities. Turpentine stupes frequently applied to the abdomen are recommended, but where this is objected to, the floor of the abdomen may be painted with tincture of capsicum or tincture of iodine until soreness is produced, the hair being first clipped off. In those cases of epizootic nature, isolation is called for. The food and surroundings should be changed, and the catteries and utensils thoroughly cleansed and disinfected. In the chronic form, a powder composed of bismuth salicylate 2 to 5 grains and beta-naphthol 1 to 2.5 grains should be shaken on the tongue 3 times a day. Milk and rice form the best diet. Diarrhea, like vomiting, is not a disease of itself, but an expression of many different affections. It may be salutary or otherwise. It may be due to aperients, irritating or indigestible food, microbes, diseases of the bowels, kidneys, and liver. It frequently results from distemper or gastroenteritis, tuberculosis, intestinal catarrh, and from licking applications put on the skin in the treatment of skin affections. Sour milk, tainted milk or fish, and chills will also induce it. In kittens, improper food, especially during hot weather, is a common cause. The symptoms are a looseness of the dejections from the bowels, which are passed several times a day. The stools vary in color according to the food taken by the animal or according to the severity of the cause. They are generally of a very offensive odor and may contain blood. Treatment. If the cause of the diarrhea is due to irritating food, a dose of castor oil will be beneficial. When due to catarrh of the bowels, the carbonate, subnitrate, or salicylate of bismuth in 5-grain doses 2 or 3 times a day is the most appropriate treatment. If it is associated with distemper or typhus, the bismuth salts mentioned above, or tanablin or tanigen, in 2 1/2 to 5-grain doses are suitable. For chronic diarrhea, 2 1/2 to 5 grains of salicylate of bismuth with 1 to 5 grains of beta-naphthol given 3 times a day on the food is generally followed by recovery. Failing this, a mixture composed of dilute sulfuric acid, concentrated infusion of cloves, and concentrated infusion of hematoxylin should be tried. When the diarrhea is due to irritation of the so-called large or posterior bowel, injections containing starch, laudanum, and tannic acid should be used. As long as the diarrhea lasts, no meat or meat infusion should be given, but milk, rice pudding, bread and milk, and such like food are suitable. Constipation is an impaction of feces in the hind bowel and is generally due to weakness of this portion of the gut, or results from a cleanly animal having no place to evacuate its feces in. Sometimes it is due to a ball of fur, and occasionally foreign bodies, such as cats' meat skewers, being swallowed along with the meat by a greedy animal. When due to paralysis of the bowel, which is occasionally seen in young cats, the abdomen becomes distended by the feces in the bowel. It also occurs as a symptom of spinal paralysis. The non-passage of feces seen in cats when not well and not taking solid food must not be confounded with constipation. The symptoms, as a rule, are the non-passage of feces for some time, distension of the abdomen, and impaction of the bowel with feces which can be felt by manipulating the abdomen. Treatment. A dose of castor oil and an enema of soapy water or glycerin will generally put matters right. If these means do not succeed, massage or kneading of the bowels by grasping the abdomen with the hand and alternately compressing and relaxing the grasp will assist to stimulate the intestines to force on their contents. Of course, this only applies when impaction is due to soft material and not hard foreign bodies, which in this latter case should be removed by the fingers or forceps. If any irritation of the mucous membrane, evidenced by frequent straining as if to pass feces, remains after the bowels have been relieved, an enema of warm salad oil containing a few drops of liquid extract of opium will allay it and prevent straining. In case of the bowel remaining weakened or paralyzed so as to bring about a recurrence of the constipation, pills containing 1/16 grain of the alcoholic extract of nux vomica should be administered morning, noon, and night after food. Worms or internal animal parasites. Cats, like all other animals, are liable to be infested with worms, which may not cause any disturbance unless in great numbers or when another disease is in existence. The common roundworm is very prevalent in young kittens, generally when they are living on milk upon which these worms thrive. Their natural residence in the cat is in the small intestine, but sometimes they wander from here into the stomach and set up vomiting and occasionally convulsions. Treatment. The worm should be expelled and the animal fed on nutritious and stimulating food such as raw fish, raw meat, and fresh birds. The milk, to which is added a pinch of salt, should be boiled. The best remedy to expel these worms is santonin, given along with or followed by an aperient. The following is a convenient formula: santonin, 1 grain, calomel, 1/2 grain. This powder is to be dropped on the back of the tongue of an adult cat after fasting 12 hours every other morning until 4 doses have been given. Half this quantity is suitable for a cat 3 or 4 months old, and a quarter for a kitten of a month to 6 weeks of age. The commonest tapeworm of the cat is the Taenia elliptica, Lel felis, with which 50% or more are affected. It is caused by fleas, lice, and mange mites, which have at some time or another infested the cat. They do not seem to cause much harm, even when numbering hundreds. In one case that I encountered, the cat was in the pink of condition, and yet I found 700 of these worms. It is a delicate tapeworm with joints resembling a cucumber in outline. The ripe joints, which are often of a reddish tint, frequently become detached and pass with the feces on which they are seen. They are generally termed by fanciers mawworms. Treatment. The worms should be expelled and fleas, lice, or mange mites destroyed so as to prevent the recurrence of the trouble. Another tapeworm of the cat is the Taenia crassicolis, or broad-necked species. It is seen only in cats that kill and eat rats and mice, in the liver of which the larval form of this parasite resides. It is a big, coarse tapeworm measuring 18 to 30 inches in length and having no well-defined neck. Treatment. For the expulsion of tapeworms there are many remedies, the best of which are areca nut, kamala, oil of male fern, pomegranate, and kuoso. But as the dose of these in the crude is generally too bulky for the cat, it is advisable to give either of them, with the exception of the male fern, in their alkaloid form as cuisine 1/2 to 2 grains, camalin 1/2 to 2 grains, arecoline 1/4 to 1/2 grain, pelletiarine 1/4 to 1/2 grain. Any one of these may be given either in pill or tabloid form, or rubbed up with milk sugar as a powder on an empty stomach after the animal has fasted at least 12 hours, and repeated every 3rd or 4th morning. A dose of castor oil or jalap should be given an hour after. The oil of male fern is best administered in a capsule. Powdered pumpkin seed may be sprinkled on the food. Diseases of the kidneys. Diseases of the kidneys such as degeneration, fatty degeneration, parasitic disease, tuberculosis, cancer, acute and chronic Bright's disease, and calculi are not rare, but as the space at our command is limited, we only mention them. Incontinence, or the involuntary passage of urine, is usually due to weakness of the bladder brought about by overdistension. It sometimes results from injury to the spine and calculi. The treatment that is best suited for this is the administration of 1/16 grain of the alcoholic extract of nux vomica and 1/2 grain of quinine in a pill 3 times a day. If there be irritability of the bladder, soda bicarbonate 2 grains, and extract of henbane 1/8 grain in a pill should be given. Retention of urine is generally caused by the calculus or chalky material blocking up the urethra or canal leading from the bladder and preventing the exit of the fluid. If relief is not given to the bladder, that is, if the obstruction is not immediately removed, the urine decomposes and then sets up inflammation of the bladder and death takes place from uremic poisoning. Symptoms. The cat seems in pain and makes ineffectual attempts to pass its urine. It strains to no purpose. It seems restless, getting up, lying down, rolling on its side, swishing its tail, looking towards its side, and crying. After a time, the animal becomes drowsy and indifferent. If the abdomen is manipulated, the bladder will be felt to be distended, hard, and painful. Treatment. The only rational treatment is to remove the obstruction and pass the catheter immediately, a special silver catheter, half the size of the smallest human catheter, being required for this purpose. If the urine is bloody, it may be necessary to wash out the bladder with a warm solution of boracic acid and alkalis and sedatives, but no meat or meat extract should be given. Diseases of air passages and lungs. A common cold or coryza or acute nasal catarrh or cold in the head is caused by exposing the cat to the inclement weather or washing it and not thoroughly drying afterwards. It may also be due to the irritating vapors of chloroform or ether used by inhalation to produce anesthesia. Letting a cat out in the cold and wet after it has been used to a warm, dry dwelling sometimes results in a cold. It is not contagious, but is frequently mistaken for distemper. Symptoms. There is frequent sneezing and sometimes a cough. A clear, watery discharge trickles from the corner of the eyelids and nostrils. After a time, this discharge becomes gluey, thick, and yellowish or greenish. The eyelids become partially closed, and the haw protrudes over the front of the eyeball. Food is refused or sparingly eaten. The fur is dull and open. Warm or dark corners are sought for. The animal trembles and seems miserable. If the throat is sore, there is a cough. The breathing is wheezy, and a discharge may issue from the angles of the mouth. These symptoms generally pass away in a few days. Treatment. Where many cats are kept, an animal suffering from a cold should be isolated from the rest as soon as possible, as it is difficult to distinguish a simple case of catarrh from the early stage of a case of distemper. A warm place, well ventilated but free from draughts, is essential. Raw meat, scraped and given 3 times a day, is the best diet. Fish, milk, bread and milk, or rice pudding should be offered. A small pilule of half a grain of quinine sulfate should be dropped at the back of the mouth 3 times a day. The nostrils and eyelids should be sponged with a warm solution of boric acid, containing 8 grains to the ounce of water, and afterwards smeared with a little white Vaseline 3 times a day. Sanitas or turpentine should be sprinkled on the floor of the room. Great relief is often given by inhaling the fumes of eucalyptus oil dropped into a jug of boiling water. Chronic nasal catarrh, sometimes called feline glanders, differs from the preceding complaint inasmuch as it runs a longer and more persistent course. It may, however, follow on simple catarrh, which has been neglected. Distemper is one of the commonest causes of it, but it is also seen after diphtheria. It may occur as a symptom of tuberculosis, foreign bodies in the nasal channels, malignant growths such as sarcoma, or cancer attacking the turbinated bones, diseased bone or teeth, etc. When neglected, it may last for months or even years and is frequently incurable. Symptoms. There is a persistent, gluey, odorless, or sometimes fetid discharge, either of a gelatinous or yellowish appearance, with or without streaks of blood from the nostrils, the outsides of which are sometimes ulcerated. The throat may be swollen. The appetite and general condition of the animal are often preserved. Sometimes there is an abscess in the inner corner of the eye. Treatment. In those cases that are due to malignant tumors or tuberculosis and, in consequence, incurable, merciful destruction of the animal is called for. If due to foreign bodies, as fish bones, pieces of grass, or food, or to diseased teeth, they should be removed. Syringing the nostrils so as to wash the diseased lining membrane of the nasal channels with some mild antiseptic is the only means to ensure success. The mode of procedure is this. A skilled assistant must firmly secure the animal between his hands, that is, he holds the limbs firmly. Then the operator grasps the head with his left hand, taking care to keep the mouth shut by means of the thumb and index finger, and steadies it on the table. With the right hand, he carefully and gently passes the pipe of the syringe up one of the nasal channels, and then presses out the fluid. When this is finished, the other nostril is served the same. The following is a suitable formula for the solution to be injected. Alum 30 grains, boric acid 2 drams, liquid extract of hydrastis 2 drams, warm water 1/2 pint. This should be used every other day until some benefit is derived from it. If the disease is not amenable after a fortnight's adoption of this treatment, the following should be substituted. Tincture of iodine, BP, 10 minims. Glycerin, 6 ounces. Warm water, 1 ounce. Pills of iron, quinine, arsenic, and such like, as well as plenty of flesh food, along with cod liver oil, should be given. Fresh air is invigorating, and a change to the seaside sometimes does miracles. Eucalyptus sprinkled about the cat's box is useful because it acts not only as an antiseptic, but as a stimulant to the mucous membrane of the nostrils. Bronchitis, or inflammation of the bronchial or air tubes, may occur as a sequel to catarrh or during its course, and may also accompany distemper. It is also due to small worms in the tubes, washing followed by exposure to drafts, medicine, especially light powders going down the windpipe, etc. It is frequently due to tuberculosis. Symptoms. There is a frequent cough. The breathing is wheezy and sometimes quickened or difficult. The desire for warmth is great. There is shivering and perhaps a discharge from the eyes and nose. On listening to the chest by means of the stethoscope, wheezing or hissing or bubbling sounds will be heard. Treatment. The animal should be kept in a constant temperature of 60 degrees Fahrenheit and have warm milk and beef administered to it. The throat and sides should be rubbed with oil of mustard. Inhalations of steam are useful when expectoration seems difficult. Kermes mineral 2 grains and powdered squill 1 grain should be given. Pneumonia or inflammation of the substance of the lungs may be due to various causes, such as exposure to cold, chills after washing, medicines passing down the windpipe, foreign bodies, blood poisoning, small worms, and principally distemper or tuberculosis. It may be associated with pleurisy or bronchitis and is then termed pleuropneumonia or bronchopneumonia, respectively, and also sometimes with a purulent collection or tuberculosis, and then it receives the name septic pneumonia or tubercular pneumonia or phthisis. Symptoms. At first there is intense shivering, a great desire for warmth, loss of appetite, dull appearance, dull cough, sickness, difficulty of breathing, which after some days becomes labored or panting. On auscultation of the chest, the characteristic sounds may be heard. At first fine crepitations, then a day or two after the tubular or blowing sounds, and when convalescence sets in, the fine crackling or crepitating sounds are heard again. The cough becomes more frequent and the appetite increases. On the other hand, if there be no improvement, the coat becomes dull and open, the eyes sunken, and the pupils dilated. The flanks move up and down like a pump handle, and the breath becomes fetid. Food is totally refused, and diarrhea sets in. A fatal termination is to be anticipated. Treatment. The animals should be kept in a temperature of 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and fresh air, but no draughts allowed. The sides are to be rubbed with oil of mustard, or painted with tincture of iodine, or an ointment composed of 1 part of tartar emetic to 8 of lard, quinine sulfate 1/2 grain, alcoholic extract of nux vomica 1/16 grain, and extract of digitalis 1/8 grain in a pill may be administered every 4 hours, and nourishing food given. In the case of tubercular pneumonia, which is generally chronic, the animal should be destroyed. Pleurisy, or inflammation of the covering of the lungs or internal lining of the chest cavity, in the cat as well as in the dog, is chiefly due to tuberculosis. It may, however, result from pneumonia, abscess in the lung, cancer, parasites, injuries, foreign bodies, gunshot wounds, cold, etc. It is generally accompanied with a dirty sanguous or clear amber tinted or port wine colored fluid, sometimes containing yellowish white strings of lymph floating in it in the chest cavity. One or both sides may be affected. It is usually fatal. Symptoms. The cat has an anxious, painful facial expression, and moans, or rather grunts, and sometimes attempts to bite when the chest is touched or made to move. The abdomen is retracted, and the breathing, which is short and jerky, seems to be performed by the flanks. There is a slight or suppressed cough, but this is often absent. The animal wastes away, the coat becomes dull and open and lustreless, and the hairs are easily pulled out. The creature hides under the furniture and refuses its food, and when a fatal termination is at hand, the flanks move up and down like a pump handle, the breathing becomes difficult and suffocative, the mouth, which is offensive, being opened at every inspiratory and expiratory effort. The tongue becomes purplish, the elbows turn out, the cat assumes a squatting position on all fours, and a fetid diarrhea sets in. Treatment. Although generally fatal, treatment may be desired to be attempted. The chest should be painted with a tincture of iodine or oil of mustard. If there be much pain, a hypodermic injection of morphine will prove useful, and a pill composed of 3/4 grain powdered digitalis leaves, 1/4 grain sulfate of quinine, and 1 grain of iodide of potassium, administered 3 times a day. When the breathing becomes difficult in consequence of the accumulation of fluid in the chest cavity, it may be deemed advisable to draw the fluid off by means of a trocar. Nourishing liquid food such as milk, M.R.C.V.S beef jelly, or eggs should be given little and often. Distemper. Distemper is a contagious inoculable fever due to a specific microbe, the Coccobacillus, or Pasteurella of Ligniers, and is similar, if not identical, to that causing distemper in the dog. Krajewski, Lawson, Ligniers, and others have experimentally demonstrated its identity, but I have never observed the cat naturally giving the dog distemper, nor vice versa, and I believe this is the experience of most veterinary surgeons in this country. The microbe of distemper, which belongs to the same class of microorganisms, the Pasteurella, that causes influenza in the horse, fowl cholera, swine fever, guinea pig distemper, etc., is generally found in the blood, which it alters to such a degree as to make so profound an impression on the system as to diminish its natural resistance to the ordinary germs, which become, in consequence, increased in virulence and cause the various phenomena by which we know the disease. It is difficult to detect in the body after about a week. The disease varies in severity according to the degree of virulence of the microbe. If this is very virulent, it causes a very acute or septic disease and is observed in the typhus or gastroenteric outbreak, which kills off a large number of animals within a few days or even hours. If it is of a milder strength, we get the subacute form with localizations, such as we see in distemper. There's also a chronic form which lasts a long time and which tries the patience of the owner as well as the vitality of the sufferer. Finally, a chronic wasting or cachectic form is sometimes observed. It resembles the going light in birds and other animals and may be mistaken for starvation, which it stimulates very much. The microbe may exist in a healthy cat's body for weeks without causing it any disturbance until, perhaps, the animal catches cold or is depressed in some other manner. However, an apparently healthy animal with this microbe in it may be infective for other cats. Period of incubation. This varies according to the degree of virulence of the microbe and the state of the cat's system and the surroundings in which it is kept. A very virulent infection has a much shorter period of incubation than a mild infection. Whereas the former may cause distemper in 2 to 5 days, the latter takes from 1 to 3 weeks. It seems doubtful whether the specific microbe causes the symptoms we usually see in distemper, or if these are due to a secondary infection resulting from the invasion of the normal microbes of the body, which have become virulent and prey upon their hosts. Duration of the disease. This, like the period of incubation, varies also according to the degree of virulence of the virus. A very virulent virus kills in a few days or even hours, or the animal recovers very quickly. It is not so with a virus of a milder degree of virulence, which may cause symptoms to take from 1 to 5 or 6 weeks to disappear if the animal recover. In other cases, the disease shows itself in so mild a form that it appears like an ordinary catarrh, and recovery is established within a few days. In a few instances, death takes place suddenly before any premonitory symptoms have had time to develop. The principal sources of propagation of the infection are cat shows, catteries, especially those belonging to people who exhibit, homes for lost and stray cats, institutions that take in these animals as boarders. The cat dealer's shop is not free from blame. Many newly purchased kittens develop distemper a few days after purchase, contracted, no doubt, at the dealer's. Many cases have been traced to the cattery where the female has been sent to stud. Hampers, cages, and persons coming from infected catteries are so many media of contagion. Even if a cat has apparently recovered from the disease, it may still give off infection and contaminate other cats for a variable but uncertain period. Although the disease may be seen at all times of the year, it is most prevalent during spring and autumn, especially if the weather is changeable and wet. Moisture of the atmosphere favors the increase of distemper. Wet following very dry weather, continuous dampness, and rain all predispose an animal to the disease. Where catteries or homes for lost and strays are continuously being washed out and not properly dried, especially in damp weather, before the cats are allowed into the rooms, distemper is very prevalent. Where too many cats are crowded into a given space, especially if the place is badly lighted and not very well ventilated, this is favorable for the contamination of the inmates. The mortality varies according to the breed of the animal, its surroundings, and the degree of virulence of the infection. Seasons and periods have also some bearing on it. Common-bred cats allowed to roam out in the open at their will are more likely to recover from the disease. But if confined to cages or in catteries or in the house, the mortality is quite 25%. The long-haired cats are less resistant against it, and as many as 50% die. In the Siamese breed of cats, the fatality is as high as 90 out of every 100. The younger the animals, the greater the death rate. Yet, on the other hand, if old animals are very fat or anemic from want of fresh air and exercise, the mortality is just as high. Many cats are resistant at one time against the infection, others have it in a mild form, and yet others have it severely. But this does not always prevent them from having it again at some future period. My experience is that a cat may frequently have a recurrence of distemper at least 2 or 3 times and then succumb to it. One season it may appear as contagious catarrh, another season as an infectious sore throat, and at other times as a bronchitis or pneumonia, and lastly as a contagious gastritis or gastroenteritis. Frequently all these forms may coexist in a single outbreak, and often a single animal exhibits the whole of these manifestations. For the convenience of description, the symptoms of this multiform malady we divide it into 5 principal forms, as follows. 1. The catarrhal, attacking chiefly the eyes and nostrils. 2. The pharyngeal, or tonsillar, affecting the region of the throat. 3. The pulmonary, or chest form. 4. The abdominal, or gastroenteric. 5. The cachectic, or wasting. The catarrhal form of distemper is that which is generally seen in the cat, and is the least fatal of any. The first symptoms noticed are a watery discharge from one and sometimes both eyes, the lids of which may be partially or completely closed so as to hide the front of the eye, and the frequent licking of the upper lip and nose as if they were parched and burning. After a day or so the inner lining of the eyelids may be very much reddened, swollen, and giving rise to a yellow-white or greenish-white thick discharge, which adheres to the lids and seals them together. There may also be shivering fits, a dull open coat, and a great desire for warmth, this being so intense in some cases that the animal frequently gets under the grate when a fire is in it. There is sneezing, followed by a snuffling kind of breathing. The nostrils discharge a thick, ropey, whitish or greenish matter which clings to their openings, and very often closes them up. When the pharynx or larynx is the seat of the catarrh, there are frequent fits of coughing. The appetite is diminished or absent, but thirst is, as a rule, great. There may also be seen at times vomiting, diarrhea, or constipation. Emaciation is gradual and slight, or rapid and great, varying according to the severity of the symptoms. The breathing is not much altered in the majority of cases, but in a few instances it becomes frequent. The body temperature rises a few degrees, but this is variable and it is sometimes normal. The body and limbs feel cold to the touch and sometimes give off an offensive odor. The tongue, lips, hard and soft palates, and gums, especially around the teeth, are occasionally ulcerated. Now and again the eyes become the seat of ulceration, which on rare occasions becomes perforated. At other times they become affected with a severe inflammation, which extends to the whole eyeball and destroys this organ. There is at times dullness or drowsiness, and the animal seeks dark corners or gets under the furniture. Many cats, from sheer nervousness, especially in strange places, avoid the fire and seek obscure or lofty positions. Recovery generally takes place within a fortnight or 3 weeks, but death may take place within 24 to 48 hours from the commencement of the attack. The pharyngeal, tonsillar, or throat form is the most deadly manifestation of distemper. The first symptom to attract attention is the driveling of clear, ropey, albuminous saliva from the corners of the mouth. The animal crouches upon all four of its limbs. There is a frequent gulping movement, and a sound is emitted from the throat as if there was an attempt to swallow the thick, ropey saliva which clings about the mouth and pharynx. The swallowing seems difficult or impossible. Food is refused, but thirst is constant, although the animal seems incapable of swallowing. There is a great dullness or depression, and the cat appears indifferent to its surroundings. On examination of the outside of the throat, it is found swollen and painful. The glands are enlarged, and there appears to be a gurgling noise at each inspiration and expiration. On inspection of the mouth and back of the throat, the tongue and pharynx are found to be covered with a thick, ropey, bubbling saliva. The mucous membrane is swollen and congested, and the soft palate is of a pinkish or even dark reddish arborescent appearance, due to the congested state of the small blood vessels. Sometimes ulcers appear on the hard and soft palates. After a day or so, the depression increases. There is a discharge from the eyes and nostrils, which appears at first as a clear viscid fluid, and afterwards becomes yellowish or dirty green in color, and, if the animal lives long enough, ultimately bloody in consequence of it irritating the mucous membranes and surrounding skin of the eyes and nose. There may also be catarrhal or purulent fetid discharge from one or both ears, but this is quite exceptional and is mostly seen in cases having a fatal termination. If the prostration is very great and there is rapid loss of weight and condition, and the discharge from the mouth, nostrils, and eyes becomes fetid, coupled with total loss of appetite and no abatement of the other symptoms, a fatal termination is to be anticipated. Late in the complaint, the pharyngeal mucus may become of a dirty color, or sanneous. Purple spots appear on the tongue, gums, and lips, and there is a moan or cry emitted at each respiratory effort. Convulsive movements of the muscles of the temples, shoulders, and thighs set in, and death takes place from intoxication. The temperature rises at first, but when a fatal termination is to be anticipated, it falls below the normal. The pulmonary or chest form, although not so frequently seen in the cat as in the dog, may appear from the outset as a distinct localization, or follow or intervene during an attack of the other forms as a complication. It may or may not be ushered in by shivering fits. The coat becomes dull and open. There is sneezing or coughing or both. Tears run from the eyes and mucus issues from the nostrils, and there is a great desire for warmth. The temperature is elevated and varies from 102.5 degrees to 106 degrees, but rarely running a typical course. The cough, when present, is frequent and rattling or harsh, and sometimes dull. On listening to the chest wheezing, rattling or blowing or rubbing or splashing sounds may be heard. Emaciation is either gradual or rapid. Thirst is generally great, but the appetite is diminished or absent. The breathing is either quickened, or the inspiratory and expiratory efforts may be prolonged and accompanied or not with a moan or a grunt, which is sometimes associated with fluid in the chest cavity, which is known by the pumping or lifting action of the flanks. This effusion in one or both of the pleural sacs being either of a clear greenish or amber tinted or bloody or dirty yellowish appearance, and sometimes of a fetid odor. Besides pleurisy, which is only occasionally encountered, there may be pneumonia, bronchopneumonia, or bronchitis, according to the structure of lung involved in this form of distemper. For a description of these localizations or complications, see under their respective headings. The lesions of the lungs may be slight, and yet the symptoms may be severe. On the contrary, the lesions may be extensive, and the resulting symptoms comparatively slight. If the fever remains high, the appetite abolished, the pupils dilated, the breathing plaintive and very rapid, and prostration great, death soon takes place from failure of the heart due to intoxication. In many cases, though, the fever is not intense, and yet death supervenes. The abdominal, gastric, and gastroenteric form of distemper is oftener seen than either of the pharyngeal or the pulmonary form, and may occur as a very acute and rapidly fatal manifestation, or as a chronic disease. It frequently accompanies the other forms. In acute cases, there is sudden vomiting of food, quickly followed by a frequently repeated ejection of thick, slimy, and frothy mucus, and ultimately by a thin, watery, serous fluid, which is of an olive green or yellowish appearance. The thirst is intense, and no sooner is water sipped than it is expelled. There is frequent diarrhea. The stools at first seem fluid, then become watery, sometimes bloody, and very fetid. The appetite is suppressed, and the animal becomes cold and indifferent to its surroundings. The facial expression is pinched, the eyes are semi-closed, the coat is dull and open, and on pressure over the region of the stomach, pain is evinced by a moan or cry, and death usually takes place in a few hours. There is not, as a rule, any discharge from the eyes and nostrils. In the subacute cases, beyond a slight catarrhal discharge from the eyes and nostrils, there may be either vomiting or diarrhea, often both, and at other instances vomiting and constipation. When the bowels are the principal seat of the disease, vomiting is rare, but diarrhea is generally persistent. Thirst is great, and food is refused or taken sparingly. The animal is dull, cries if moved, or if the abdomen is manipulated. Emaciation is rapid, and the animal dies in a state of exhaustion. In the chronic cases, there may or may not be any catarrhal symptoms, but there is a chronic and persistent diarrhea and sometimes vomiting. The appetite is capricious or sometimes ravenous, thirst moderate, and emaciation gradual, and liquid feces may be expelled on the least effort, as by coughing. The fur or pelage around the tail becomes soiled, and in consequence the animal gives off an offensive odor. In some instances the breath becomes fetid, the teeth, gums, tongue, and lips are covered with a dirty brown or greenish slimy material, and frequently the gum around the neck of the teeth is spongy and bleeds on the slightest touch. Occasionally the bone into which the teeth are inserted becomes exposed, ulcerated, or necrosed. Ulcers are at times seen on the lips and tongue. The chronic cachectic or wasting form is sometimes encountered as a chronic wasting malady, not showing many symptoms beyond gradual emaciation, great weakness, intense thirst, ravenous or capricious appetite, and occasionally diarrhea. At other times the animal goes off its appetite, sits about in a mopish manner, has a staring and dull coat, the mucous membranes are pallid, the haw protruding over the front of the inner portion of the eyeballs, and becomes light in weight. It very occasionally happens in these wasting cases that the skin becomes the seat of parasitic mange, and, in consequence, gives off an offensive mousy or moldy odor. If treatment is not skillfully and early adopted, death takes place, and on post-mortem examination, the remains simulate those of an animal having died from starvation. It may follow on the other forms of manifestation. Skin eruptions are rarely noticed in distemper of the cat, but sometimes one sees on kittens a scabby eruption resembling eczema, the discharge of which mats the hairs in these young creatures. Female cats, when pregnant, frequently abort. In fact, nearly every cat in this condition in the cattery affected with distemper will miscarry, making it appear as if it were a special contagious disease. The ears occasionally become the seat of acute catarrh or ulceration and give rise to an offensive discharge. This complication is mostly associated with the pharyngeal form. The cornea of the eye is sometimes the seat of ulceration, which generally disappears as the animal recovers. The whole eyeball occasionally partakes of inflammation, which destroys it.
When the eyes of young kittens become the seat of catarrh, the eye is generally destroyed and consequently the sight is lost. The nervous type, showing itself as excitement, convulsions, chorea, meningitis, or paralysis, although seen, is somewhat rare in this creature. Death may occur either suddenly from convulsions or rapidly from intoxication or slowly from exhaustion. When due to intoxication, clonic, convulsive, or twitching movements of the muscles of the temples, shoulders, and hind limbs precede and are even seen shortly after death. Frequently, death takes place without any symptoms of the disease having been noticed. In this case, it appears to be due to the rapidity of the formation of the toxin or poison of the microbe, which causes intense shock to the system. Diagnosis. In many instances, this disease is mistaken for a simple catarrh, diarrhea, or sore throat, a mistake unfortunate where other cats are concerned. It is true that the first stage of distemper frequently resembles either of these simple complaints, which are not contagious, and generally only affect one out of several animals kept together, and run their course in a few days, whereas in distemper the disease usually runs a prolonged course, is very prostrating, and in many instances fatal, and beyond all, contagious. On the other hand, it may resemble diphtheria, which is contagious but has false membranes on the soft palate, pharynx, larynx, and tonsils, which are absent in distemper. Prognosis. Distemper is a most treacherous disease, and one which even an expert cannot foretell the result. Many instances occur in which an animal appears to be on the right road towards recovery, when a relapse suddenly sets in and carries off the poor creature. If the appetite is moderate, the emaciation not rapid or great, the diarrhea not intense or too frequent, and no complications set in after the end of the first week, recovery may be anticipated. On the other hand, if the weakness be progressive and prolonged, emaciation rapid and great, an offensive odor is given off from the body, eyes sunken in their orbits, pupils dilated, and the facial expression is haggard, death is to be expected. Again, relapses, which are commonly encountered, early youth, obesity complications, the breed of the animal such as Siamese and long-haired varieties, especially light-colored animals, are generally unfavorable towards a certain recovery. Chronic nasal catarrh, chronic pneumonia or phthisis, and persistent diarrhea may also give trouble after the distemper has run its ordinary course and will have to be reckoned with. Treatment. An old maxim is, prevention is better than cure, and ought to be carried out as far as possible by isolating all those animals that have been in contact with the infection. Animals coming from homes for lost and stray cats, cat shows, dealers in cats, should be kept apart from those in the cattery for at least a fortnight, to see if they develop the complaint. The place of isolation should have no communication with the building or house in which the majority of healthy cats are kept. The baskets, cages, clothing, etc. should be thoroughly washed and disinfected before they are used again for sound cats. It ought not to be forgotten that persons who have been in contact with sick animals may carry the infection on their hands or clothes. When distemper has declared itself in a cattery and the inmates have recovered, the place should be thoroughly scrubbed, disinfected, and afterwards lime-washed or repainted. Boiling water and soda used with the aid of a scrubbing brush is much more reliable to remove infection than many of the so-called disinfectants, which frequently do not destroy the virus, but often injure the cats. After the habitation has been scrupulously cleansed, it may be well to disinfect it with chlorinated lime, 1 pound to the gallon of cold water, which should be brushed all over the floor, walls, partitions, etc. Baskets, hampers, etc. should be served likewise. Metal and earthenware utensils may be boiled in strong soda water. Before any cats are again put into the place, the doors and windows should be opened for at least a week, and fresh air and daylight admitted, as they are the best destructors of microorganisms. Where valuable cats are kept and the risk of distemper is great, it would be advisable for the owner to have the cats immunized or rendered proof against the disease by means of the Pasteurian system of vaccination with the attenuated microbe of the distemper, as introduced into practice by Professor Leung and Dr. Fasalix. Several degrees of strength of the vaccine are used. The animal is at first vaccinated or inoculated with a mild degree of virus, and afterwards with vaccine of gradually increased virulence, so that the most virulent virus, which would quickly kill or cause a disease in a severe form in an animal not previously inoculated with the milder vaccines, would not produce any disturbance in the vaccinated creature. Medical or curative treatment. The sick animal should be kept in a well-lighted and well-ventilated but not drafty room, which ought to be dry and kept at a temperature of about 60 degrees. The floor should be covered with a thick layer of fresh pine sawdust, heaps of which should be placed in tins, boxes, or old coal scuttles for the convenience of the animals. If the cat is seen in the first stage of the disease, an emetic of 1/4 to 1/2 grain of tartar emetic in a teaspoonful of warm water may be given to clear out the stomach and bronchial tubes. In place of this drug, 1/30 to 1/20 grain of hydrochloride of ampomorphine in tabloid form may be injected under the skin. After the emetic has passed off, easily digested and nourishing food such as milk should be offered, and if refused, forced upon the animal. When the appetite is fairly good, 1/8 to 1/4 grain of calomel may be given twice a day, but must be stopped as soon as it causes vomiting or intense diarrhea. When the appetite is bad, quinine sulfate 1/2 grain, given 3 times a day for a lengthened period of time, may be useful in remedying it. The eyes and nostrils should be bathed 3 times a day with the following lotion: chinosol 3½ grains, rosewater 8 ounces, and then smeared with an ointment composed of boracic acid 1/2 dram, cold cream 4 drams. When the throat is very much inflamed, it should be painted on the outside after all the hair is clipped off from ear to ear with tincture of iodine or the ethereal tincture of capsicum 3 times a day until soreness is produced. As it is a difficult job to paint the inside of the cat's throat, the following powder dropped on the tongue will act in a similar manner: quinine sulfate 1/2 grain, borax 2½ grains, to be given morning, noon, and night. If there is either pleurisy or pneumonia, or both combined, the hair should be cut off over the ribs, and the skin painted with a solution of tartar emetic, composed of 1 dram of the drug to an ounce of spirit, and then wrapped up with a binder under which a layer of cotton wool is placed. In case there is repeated vomiting, a powder composed of bismuth carbonate 5 grains, cocaine hydrochloride 1/8 grain, should be shaken on the tongue every 4 hours until 24 hours have elapsed since the last vomiting took place. If there should be a persistent and profuse diarrhea, it must be moderated but not suppressed by means of 2½ grains of tanagen, given morning, noon, and night. When there are any convulsions or much pain, 1/6 to 1/4 grain of extract of opium in pills should be administered morning and night. Light and easily digested food, such as peptonized milk, Mosquera's beef jelly, Benger's peptonized food, etc., should be given in small and repeated quantities during the earlier or active stages of the disease. Later on in the convalescent stage, scraped raw beef, boiled fish, rice pudding, etc. may be offered. Parrish's chemical food and cod liver oil, given by some cat owners during the acute stage of distemper when there is no appetite, are harmful and cruel remedies. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. The Diseases of Cats and Their Treatment by Henry Gray, M.R.C.V.S. Continued. Diseases of the ear. The external ear in the cat is short, upright, triangular, pointed, and opens in front. Its apex in some cats, especially Persians, has a tuft of hair growing from the inside. In the outer margin, the ear doubles on itself, forming a pouch in which lumps of dirt, ear mites, etc. frequently accumulate. A serous cyst or abscess forms between the skin and the cartilage of the inside and sometimes also of the outside of the ear or ears. The ear is swollen, feels tense, has a bluish or reddish tint, but is not very painful. The contents of this swelling are a thin reddish fluid and a blood clot, which separate the skin from the cartilage and its covering. It is always associated with ear mites and generally results in the ear shrinking and becoming drawn down, which, when both ears are affected, give the animal a peculiar appearance, resembling some wild variety of the cat tribe that usually carries these organs in a semi-pendulous manner. Treatment. It can be prevented by keeping the cat's ears clean and free from ear mites. When it is present, the cyst should be freely opened, which can be done painlessly by previously injecting a few drops of a 4% solution of cocaine. The blood clot carefully removed, and the inner surface of the cavity washed out with a 5% solution of chinosol. The ear must be gently pulled every day to prevent shrinking and consequently deformity. True canker is the inflammation of the deeper part of the cavity of the ear, accompanied with a chronic fetid, whitish, cheesy, or gluey discharge, and sometimes ulceration, and rarely warty-looking growths. It usually runs a long course unless skillfully treated and is liable to recur. Treatment. The ear should be carefully washed out with tincture of calendula and then well dried with cotton wool, and afterwards having finely sifted boracic powder blown down the cavity. This treatment should be carried out at least every other day until recovery takes place. Quite 90% of long-haired varieties and crossbreeds suffer from parasitic canker. It is seen in kittens a month old as well as in aged cats and is conveyable to the dog. The ferret also is liable to it. It is due to the ear mite called Symbiotes auricularum, which was first found in the ear of the dog by Professor Hering of Stuttgart in 1834 and in the cat by Huber of Memmingen in 1860. It resembles the mange and cheese mites in general characters, and is only with difficulty seen with the naked eye. When viewed in strong sunlight, it appears as a small whitish or cinnamon-colored woolly speck, resembling a grain of meal or flour crawling about on the brownish dirt in the ears. These mites nearly always collect together in large colonies. There is frequent scratching of the ears with the hind limb. The cat suddenly stops, sits down, inclines its head to one side, and scratches away as if it gave it great pleasure to do so. In some cases, however, it becomes quite frantic and swears. Frequently there is an abrasion of the skin behind the ears due to this scratching, and occasionally the flap of the ear becomes the seat of a serous abscess, which I have described. When the mite wanders over the drum of the ear, especially in warm weather, some cats are seized with convulsions, others become delirious, and many reel about as if intoxicated. Treatment. The ears should be washed out with warm soap and water, and then well dried with cotton wool, and afterwards having a liniment composed of oil of stavesacre, 2 drams, and almond oil, 6 drams, mixed together and poured in every day until all signs of irritation have passed away, care being taken to wipe off the superfluous dressing from the ears after each dressing. Diseases of the eye. In certain respects, the eye of the cat differs from that of the other domesticated animals. It resembles the eye of the dog in its shape, which is somewhat rounded and globular. The membrana nictitans, haw, or third eyelid, is not so well developed as in some other animals, as the cat is able to protect the eye with the paw to a considerable extent. The tapetum lucidum is of a bright metallic golden yellow or greenish in Siamese and albino cats pinkish color, and is so well developed that it probably enables the animal to see better at night by reflecting the rays of light a second time through the retina. It is also the cause of the well-known glare of the cat's eyes in the dark. The iris, or curtain, is yellowish-green, orange, or golden in most cats. Sometimes it is amber-colored, and in other cases golden, with a tinge of metallic green around the pupillary circumference. Some cats, especially white cats, have the iris of one of the eyes of a bluish-white appearance, and the other a golden, amber, or greenish-golden color. The Siamese cat and many white cats have pale blue or bluish eyes. The shade of the iris generally varies with the color of the cat's fur, and is taken into consideration in the judging of points at shows. The pupil, or opening in the center of the iris, when widely dilated, is circular in shape, but when contracted it becomes vertically elliptical, and may become so narrow as to appear as a mere thin perpendicular slit. The optic disc, or entrance of the optic nerve before it expands in the cavity of the eyeball to form the retina, is small, round, and cupped, and of a clear gray color, and the veins in it can be distinguished from the arteries which radiate from the optic disc. The choroidal vessels are rarely seen, but in the Siamese cat they are seen in the red peripheral zone. Kittens, like puppies, are, as a rule, born with the eyelids closed, and this condition lasts usually from 9 to 12 days, when the membrane joining the two lids together wastes and finally gives way. Sometimes, however, the eyelids do not become separated, or only become so at one part, so that surgical intervention may be necessary to separate the partially or completely closed lids. I have on several occasions seen kittens born with their eyes open, but have not been able to satisfy myself if the condition was due to any prolongation of the period of uterogestation. The eyelids are sometimes the seat of ringworm, mange, follicular scabies, or eczema, and as these affections are usually present in other parts of the body, they can easily be diagnosed by means of the naked eye or the microscope. The best remedy for any of these diseases when situated on the eyelids is yellow oxide of mercury 4 grains, white vaseline 1 ounce. These ingredients are to be well mixed by a competent chemist, and a small piece about the size of a pea is to be well rubbed on the affected part or parts every morning. Care must be taken that no superfluous ointment is left on the hairs, and most cats will rub it off with their paws, which they will immediately lick, and so may become poisoned. The eyelids occasionally become turned inwards, so that the hairs covering it rub on the glassy portion of the eyeball, and frequently set up irritation, inflammation, and opacity, and a copious discharge of tears. This is termed entropium, and requires an operation. When the eyelid is turned outwards from the eyeball, the condition takes the name of ectropium, which rarely calls for any interference, as it does not injure the animal, even if it is unsightly. A very rare anomaly of the eyelid in the cat is when the hairs of it take an unusual direction and rub on the glassy portion of the eyeball, and like entropium, set up irritation, inflammation, and smokiness of it. This is termed trichiasis and requires an operation to remedy it. The eyelids are also subject to wounds, bruises, abscesses, warts, and meibomian cysts, which do not call for special attention. The third eyelid, haw or membrana nictitans, though, as before stated, is not so well developed in the cat as in some other animals, is liable in debilitating diseases such as distemper, anemia, etc., to protrude persistently over the inner part of the front of the eyeball. It will, however, resume its normal position as the cat regains strength, and should therefore on no account be removed. It frequently becomes inflamed during distemper, catarrh, or ophthalmia, or from injuries, but should not in these cases be removed as if it were a foreign body or new growth. A simple, soothing antiseptic lotion will put it right as the original disease abates and strength is regained. Frequently in the cat, as in the dog, just below the inner angle of the eye socket, an abscess forms. This is due to pus in the cavity of the jawbones, called also the antrum of Highmore, above the teeth, and is generally caused by some disturbance or disease of the tooth. When the tooth immediately below the abscess is removed and the abscess cavity is washed out with some astringent, recovery usually takes place. It should, however, be borne in mind that the teeth below the eye are frequently diseased and no abscess is caused by them. A fistula may form immediately below the inner angle of the eyelids. It results from an abscess which opens and then heals up to break out again. This process goes on until a permanent opening or fistula remains, from which a discharge of matter issues. This is connected with some disturbance or even disease of the tooth or teeth immediately below it. When the tooth or teeth are removed and the opening occasionally well washed out with some astringent, it heals up and no further trouble is seen. However, it is sometimes due to tuberculosis, and the mere removal of teeth does not do away with the fistula. It is mostly mistaken for lacrimal fistula. Sometimes the conjunctiva, or pinkish membrane lining the inner surface of the eyelids and the front of the eyeball, becomes the seat of disease. A non-inflammatory swelling of it is seen due to the infiltration of serum. This is called chemosis. It has the appearance of a palish pink swelling all around the eye, which seems sunken in the orbit but does not seem inflamed or painful. It may quickly disappear on dropping a few minims of a 4% solution of cocaine hydrochloride into the eye. It is liable to recur at some future time. Conjunctivitis, or inflammation of the membrane covering the inner lining of the eyes and the front of the eyeball, is also termed external or simple ophthalmia. It is frequently seen in the cat during distemper, diphtheria, catarrh, or from an injury to or presence of a foreign body in the eye. The animal evidently dreads the light as the eyelids are partially closed and the haw is drawn a little way over the front of the eyeball. Tears run down the face, and if the eyelids are separated and the internal lining thus exposed, it will be found that it is swollen and reddened from the distension of the small blood vessels. After a day or two, the discharge alters in character, and instead of being watery as before, appears as yellowish white thick matter flowing from or sticking to the inner corner of the eye. The lining membrane may become so swollen that it laps over the lids, and the eyeball seems to have sunk into its orbit. Sometimes it is associated with the presence on the conjunctiva of small, round, pinkish bodies, the size of a pin's head, which completely disappear as the affection passes off, leaving the mucous membrane as they found it. Frequently there are reddish-yellow granulations or grayish-white, semi-transparent, or glistening bodies of the size of a rapeseed or less, scattered over the conjunctival membrane or protruding from it. To these two latter varieties of conjunctivitis, the terms follicular and granular are respectively applied. They both seem contagious. Treatment. If the catarrh of the eyes is due to a foreign body, it must be removed. The cat should be kept in a dark, warm place, free from drafts and away from the fire, and the eye bathed with a warm lotion composed of the following ingredients: boracic acid, 8 grains, cocaine hydrochloride, 8 grains, rose water, 1 ounce. If there are any granules in the conjunctiva, the lining membrane of the lids should be everted after the eye has been cocainized and painted with a 10% solution of nitrate of silver or rubbed with a stick of copper sulfate. Care being taken that the superfluous material is afterwards washed off with warm water. The purulent ophthalmia of the newborn is seen in young kittens as soon as their eyes are opened, or even before, and is a very serious complaint, as it generally attacks the eyeball, which it destroys, and consequently the sight is lost. This disease seems contagious. There is a bulging of the eyelids, which are glued together. When these are separated, a thick yellowish matter flows out. The eyes are ulcerated and perforated. The inner surfaces of the eyelids are inflamed, and soon after the contents of the eye protrude as a fleshy mass. Treatment. If the eyes are destroyed, the animal should be put into the lethal chamber at once. On the other hand, if there is no ulceration of the eyeball, the eyelids should be separated and the eyes and under surface of the eyelids constantly irrigated for a quarter of an hour at a time with a warm solution of chinosol. The eyelids must not be allowed to become sealed up, else matter will collect and press on the delicate eyeballs and destroy them. It may be advisable to paint the inside of the eyelids with a 10% solution of nitrate of silver. The cornea, or clear glassy transparent membrane of the front of the eyeball, is frequently involved in the disease just described, or it may become inflamed or ulcerated independent of it. Inflammation of the cornea, termed corneitis or keratitis, or external ophthalmia, may result from conjunctivitis, injuries, distemper, diphtheria, or disease of the brain or nerves, sunstroke, etc. It is very prevalent during the cold winds of spring, and in the majority of instances seems to be contagious. It appears in the form of patchy congestion or inflammation, or at a later stage as ulceration. One or both eyes may be affected. There is a dread of light, a continual flow of tears, and frequent winking of the eyelids, or almost complete closure of them. The cornea, usually glassy and transparent, becomes clouded by a smoky or milky white film, which has a rounded or irregular form. Blood vessels, which in the normal state are absent, appear on the cornea, spreading from a part or all around the circumference towards the center of the eye. If the inflammation is intense and prolonged, the eyeball perforated, and the contents bulge outwards and become rough, dirty, and leathery in appearance. This condition is generally seen either as the result of an injury or from improper treatment, or neglect of a simple affection of the eye. In distemper, the inflammation usually expends itself on some particular spot or spots in one or both eyes. These spots may appear as mere milky white patches, or they may present an appearance which might lead an ordinary observer to the conclusion that a small piece had been dug out of the eye. They may occur either in the center of the cornea or a little above it, or sometimes a little towards the outer angle of the eye. At the outset, the cornea at the particular spot or spots in which the inflammation is localized becomes softened, then bulges, and finally gives way, so that a depression or ulcer is left on the eye. Sometime after, this ulcer becomes filled up with granulations of a dirty red color, which afterwards become absorbed when the cure is complete. Frequently 2 ulcers appear side by side. Sometimes when these ulcerations are improperly treated or neglected or associated with great debility or anemia, the white speck remains as a permanent blemish, or in the more serious cases the ulcer perforates the eye, and the contents of which bulge and cause what is termed staphyloma from its resemblance to a grape, or the whole eye may become involved in the inflammation and be totally destroyed. In these cases of the destroyed or lost eyes, the whole eyeball has a greenish-white appearance and seems to bulge out from the socket in consequence of the general swelling of the organ. It may give way or become ulcerated, giving rise to a continual discharge, and if not removed, causes great pain and exhaustion. Treatment. The cat should be kept in the dark, and soothing antiseptics applied to the eye. The solution recommended for conjunctivitis is also very serviceable here. If the eye affection is due to distemper or any other general disease, it is, of course, necessary to treat this disease, in addition to the local applications to the eye. When ulceration takes place, the following drops are recommended: Acerine salicylate, 1/2 grain; distilled water, 2 drams. To be instilled between the eyelids by means of an eyedropper 2 or 3 times a day. If, however, there is much vascularity, the following drops are advisable: atropine sulfate, 1/2 grain; cocaine hydrochloride, 6 grains; distilled water, 2 drams. After all the acute symptoms have passed away, the indolent granulations may require treatment. A suitable application for this purpose is chinosol, 3½ grains; rosewater, 8 ounces. To bathe the eye by means of allowing the lotion to drop by squeezing a piece of LynneT saturated with it between the eyelids several times a day. When the eye is irretrievably lost and suppuration commences in the interior of the eye, it is necessary to remove the whole eyeball. However, this should not be performed in the case of distemper until after the original disease abates, else removal of one eye will probably end in destruction of the other. General remarks on the eye. In all affections of the eyes, a careful examination of them should be made by an experienced qualified veterinary surgeon. As, however, in some out-of-the-way places professional aid is difficult, if not impossible to obtain, a few brief hints as to the general treatment should be useful. Many amateurs, in their anxiety to effect a speedy and complete cure, attempt too much, use powerful and irritating drugs, often also in improper proportions, and frequently, with the best intentions in the world, succeed in permanently injuring or even destroying the sight. It is therefore better, in the absence of professional aid, and especially in the earlier stages of inflammation of the eyes, to trust to mild and palliative treatment and to give nature a chance. In all cases of recent inflammation, soothing applications should be used, such as warm infusion of poppy heads or chamomile flowers, warm milk, cocaine drops, etc. If the inflammation is associated with increased tension of the eyeball due to an excessive quantity of fluid within it, or is accompanied by deep ulceration, the increased tension should be reduced by means of acerine drops. Lotions containing either lead or silver nitrate should not be used in inflammation of the cornea associated with ulceration, as the former is apt to leave a white spot or patch, and the latter a brown or blackish stain. Last, but by no means least, animals affected with disturbance of the eyes should be kept in the dark, or at any rate away from the fire or from any glaring light, and should be shielded from draughts. The general health should also be looked to, and nourishing food given. Diseases of the skin. The cat is very fortunately free from many of the skin complaints that affect the dog. Nevertheless, domestication and improper surroundings, the curses of health, demand a few victims now and again, and hence the much maligned cat is not exempt from this bane. The diseases are either contagious or conveyable from one cat to another, or simple and not spread by contact. The contagious skin diseases are due either to the animal parasite, as in mange, or to a vegetable parasite, as in ringworm. Sarcoptic mange is a contagious skin disease of the cat due to an animal parasite or mange mite termed Sarcoptes minor, variant Cati. It generally attacks ill-fed, neglected, and badly housed cats which are allowed to stray, and is seen chiefly in the autumn. It frequently occurs as an episodic, and where no attention is bestowed on the victims, it is very fatal. The adult or mature mite has an almost circular body. When viewed under the microscope, its limbs seem to be under its body. It has 8 pairs of legs in the adult and 6 in the larval stage. In the female, the hind legs are provided at the extremities with bristles only, but in the male, the central pair of hind legs are provided with suckers, although the outer pair have bristles. It does not excavate a subcutaneous gallery or burrow like the mange mites of other animals, but makes a simple nest that appears as a minute eminence. The larvae, nymphae, and males wander in the midst of the crusts. It is capable of being transmitted to man and to the dog, rat, horse, and ox. Whatever part of the body it first touches, it always goes to the head to do its injurious work. At first, small reddish pimples, no larger than a pin's head or a turnip seed, appear. These exude a yellowish fluid which dries and forms crusts. The animal scratches, the hair falls off. Numerous other scales appear and become thicker and thicker until the whole head and ears become encased in a cast of dirty yellowish crusts. The crusts may be absent in young kittens or cats, but slightly adherent scales are seen instead. After a time, the disease spreads to the neck and shoulders, elbows and thighs, or even to the whole body. In kittens or young cats, the complaint is more likely to spread to various parts of the body, but in older animals it is generally confined to the head or head and neck, but may, as in young cats, spread to the other parts or to the whole body, the skin of which after some time becomes wrinkled and gives off a musty odor. The nostrils and eyes may be blocked up by the thickened crusts, so the animal can see or breathe through the nostrils only with difficulty. The cat hides or strays away. It mopes and seems sad. It becomes emaciated and indifferent to its surroundings, and finally succumbs to exhaustion or some concurrent disease. It may be associated with ringworm or parasitic ear canker. It is nearly always accompanied by the elliptical tapeworm. It quickly kills within 5 or 6 weeks if no treatment or attention is bestowed on the cat, especially if young, but where it is partially treated, it may linger for months, even years. Cold weather retards its progress, but its energy is renewed in the following spring. It spreads slowly on well-cared-for cats. Treatment. The mangy cat should be kept isolated from the healthy animals and kept away from children. Its basket, bedding, or cage should be boiled, burnt, or thoroughly disinfected. The cat must be carefully dressed with sulphuretted lime lotion, which should be applied by means of a piece of lint every day, taking care that the animal is kept warm and well fed. Follicular mange is due to a caterpillar-shaped mite, the Demodex or Acarus follicularum, variant Cati, which inhabits the sebaceous follicles of the skin. It is sometimes found in the ears, nose, and head of the cat, but rarely causes severe itchiness. It produces pimples and scabs which are of only short duration and seldom occasions trouble. It is frequently associated with sarcoptic mange. The parasite is a quarter smaller than that of the dog. Treatment. A lotion composed of sulphuretted potash 1 gram, glycerin 1/2 ounce to 6 parts of rose water, applied by means of lint to the affected part once a day, generally suffices to cause its disappearance. Gray ringworm, or Tinea tonsurens, is not a common infection of the cat. It is due to a vegetable parasite or mold termed the Trichophyton felinium, which attacks the hairs, these becoming much altered and broken, and their ends split up and frayed like a brush. There will be noticed circular or oval bald patches covered with an abundance of scales which are of a slaty or grayish appearance and vary according to the color of the animal. These are seen on the head and limbs and round eyelids and mouth, but also on other parts of the body. They may run into one another and form large patches. There may be itchiness and scratching, and in this latter case the crust may be covered with blood and resemble eczema. Treatment. As this disease is conveyable to other cats, to the horse, ox, dog, and children, the affected animal should be isolated and the patches dressed with tincture of perchloride of iron once every third day. Whole families and even a whole school have been known to become affected with the ringworm from a cat. Yellow ringworm, or Tinea favosa, or favus, also termed honeycomb ringworm, is a commoner disease in the cat than gray ringworm. It is due to a vegetable parasite named Acorium quinquenum, which causes at first yellow-colored crusts that are arranged as cup-shaped masses, which disturb the hairs so that they are shed. These cup-shaped masses resemble a honeycomb in appearance, hence its name. The sulfur yellow color after a time changes to a dirty yellow or gray. The patches may be circular or zigzag and raised above the skin, but the center is depressed so as to give them a cup-shaped appearance. They vary in size from a pin's head to a shilling or larger. They may run into one another so that the circular form is no longer present. The hairs are stiff and lusterless and can be easily pulled out. They seem to grow in the center of the cups. After a time, the parasite loosens the hair in the follicle so that it is shed. It prefers to affect the root of the claws or the belly, sides of the chest, elbows, head, base of ears, nose, and then spreads all over the body. When it attacks the head, it ensheaths the face and scalp as if clay had been molded to the parts, so that the eyes become hidden from view. The cat hides itself or strays away. It moans or mews, crouches on all fours, and seems utterly miserable. The skin gives off an abominable odor, which resembles moldy, decaying wood in a damp, dark building or a mousy smell. When the disease is in an advanced stage, the animal dies from exhaustion or some concurrent disease. It affects old cats as well as young ones, and it is said they contract it from mice and rats, which become affected behind the ears. A week or a fortnight elapses before any symptoms appear after infection. Young animals are easily infected, but older ones may resist it. It is transmissible to children and adults, from cat to cat, from man to cat, and from rats and mice to man and cat. It may be associated with mange and parasitic ear canker. Treatment. The cat affected with yellow ringworm should be kept away from children and other cats. The affected patches may be painted with the following: salicylic acid 1 dram, ether 2 drams, spirit of wine 1/2 ounce, glycerin 4 drams, camphor water to 3 ounces. The term eczema is given to all those skin eruptions that are characterized by pimples and vesicles followed by scabs and scales and accompanied with great itchiness. It is said to be non-contagious, and as far as the cat is concerned, this seems to me to be true. On the other hand, in the dog, some of the varieties of eczema appear to be spread by contact. It very often runs a chronic course and frequently recurs. It generally affects the back, loins, root of tail, and back of the thighs, although any part of the body may be attacked. There is great itchiness. The animal bites or licks itself. The skin becomes red. Pimples the size of a head of a millet seed, or even a small pea, appear. These, after a time, burst, and a fluid issues from them and dries, forming scabs. Sometimes the itchiness is so intense as to cause the animal to bite or lick itself until the skin becomes raw and bleeding. In rare cases, it produces a kind of mania for licking, which is followed by epileptiform seizures. The hair falls off, leaving bare patches, or it becomes matted together by the gluey discharge and ultimately sheds itself. In suckling cats after sudden deprivation of their offspring, an eczematous eruption may appear on the belly, back, and loins, but it is not, as a rule, severe. The she-cat, especially of the light-colored variety, when not allowed to breed, is often troubled with a scattered vesicular eruption, which is too difficult to eradicate and is very liable to recur. In the castrated male cat, it is very common to find a papular and vesicular eruption which breaks out every spring and autumn. The causes of eczema in the cat are an unnatural, sedentary lifestyle and an abundance of rich food without any compensatory or sufficient exercise in the fresh air. Hot weather, especially when accompanied by wet, predisposes to it, but the affection is seen also in the cold months of the year. Treatment. The animal suffering from eczema should be allowed as much exercise of its functions in the open air as possible. Grass or freshly boiled green vegetables or asparagus should be put within its reach. Raw meat, uncooked fish with the bones in, or birds with the feathers on, or bullock's liver are suitable as ordinary food. Rice pudding, oatmeal, and milk should not be given. The treatment of the skin is chiefly local. The itchiness must be allayed. This can be obtained by applying precipitated sulfur 2 drams, zinc oxide 2 drams, mixed in olive oil 2 ounces twice a day to the affected parts. If the eruptions are spread over a wide area, the hair should be cut off close to the skin before applying the dressing. For internal treatment, a powder composed of calomel 1/8 to 1/4 grain and bicarbonate of sodium 2 1/2 to 5 grains should be given twice a day. If the disease runs a chronic course, arsenic bromide or iodide 1/100th grain in a pilule should be given 3 times a day. External animal parasites. The cat flea, Pulex ceraticeps variant Cati. The cat flea is identical with, but rather smaller than, that of the dog. It differs from the flea of mankind, Pulex irritans, by having black, blunt spines, 7 to 9 in number, arranged as the teeth of a comb at the posterior border of the prothorax and at the inferior border of the head. It is a troublesome pest by irritating and disturbing rest. It prefers to attack the cat when she is suckling. The flea plays an important part in the evolution of the elliptical tapeworm, Tinea elliptica, by harboring the intermediary cysticercis, the ingestion of which gives rise to the development of this tapeworm in the intestine. Treatment. The cat should have powdered pyrethrum well rubbed into its skin and then combed out. Care to be taken that the combings are burnt. The crevices or corners of the cat's house should be sprinkled with oil of turpentine or sanitas powder. Fortunately for the cat, it is affected with only one variety of louse, the cat louse, Trichodectris subrostratus, which differs from the flea in being wingless and not jumping from but only quitting the cat by accident. It has 3 articled antennae. The head has 5 sides to it. The body is oval, and in the female notched behind. Its color is yellowish brown. It is not a bloodsucker, but attacks the hair and eats the epidermis, preferably that of the head, neck, back, and limbs, where it causes intense itching. It develops rapidly upon poorly fed, weak, or debilitated animals. There is, besides itchiness, loss of hair, scurfiness, and nits eggs in more or less large numbers, which by their presence indicate that the skin has not received sufficient attention. The nits or eggs are attached to the hair. Treatment. The hair may be sprayed with equal parts of vinegar and concentrated infusion of quassia. Moreover, should the animal lick itself after this dressing is applied, it will act as a tonic. Raw meat or fish, cod liver oil, etc. should be given. Painless destruction of cats. A knowledge of how painlessly to destroy a cat's life is very important to the owner of a cat who is not in reach of a veterinary surgeon, the proper person to undertake this duty under ordinary circumstances. The most humane method is to place the animal in a small airtight box into which has been placed previously 2 to 4 grams of chloroform on a sponge or piece of lint or cotton wool, which produces at first anesthesia or painless sleep, and afterwards death from failure of the respiration and heart. It does not cause a suffocative feeling or sensation like coal gas or spasm as does prussic acid. Care must be taken not to take the cat out of the box too soon, or else life, not quite extinct, may return. End of section 39. End of the Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson.